Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? See, Nano Rasmus. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I'd head out. It's all good. How's everyone doing? Ugh, throat. How do I get the Steam key? I have to wait for Steam to like they have to do like a review thing on the keys. So as soon as I get they send me back like a list of keys. So as soon as I get that, I will be sending a key your way. But I'll keep you updated. Hopefully it should be pretty soon. Yeah, I sent in the request like late last night, so I don't think they typically do it then. Yeah, I will definitely let you know though. Probably shouldn't be longer than like a day, so I'll send it over to you on Discord. Are you in the Big Boy Game server, by the way? So I can send you a DM. I can send it to you however you'd like. If you prefer a Twitch whisper, that's also fine. I can just whisper to you on Twitch, yeah. I mean, it's all good. I can just, if you want me to whisper it on Twitch, that works too. It's really just whatever you would like. Alrighty, we'll get started here in just a minute. Alright, so the game jam is over. Which is epic. We did pretty good. I'll show you guys the rating we ended up with. Let me go to the dashboard. Alright. So this is what we got on the scoring, which is not bad. Given that there were 9,000 entries, this is pretty good ranking. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. My bad. Now you can see it. So here's the ranking. So not bad at all. Excuse me. Just join the Discord? Okay, cool. I will be sending that key as soon as I get it. Yeah, they send me an email when the keys are ready or whatever. I don't know what they have to like do. I think they just have to make sure I'm not like maliciously requesting too many keys or something. So, yeah. Alrighty. Yo, Avenstab, welcome in. Starground at time, yeah. We'll probably get the Starground stuff today. We do have that experimental build up, and so far it seems to be fine, so we can probably push that to the main branch. But yeah. Also, forgot to say welcome in, Oshik. How's it going? But yeah, I'm pretty happy with these scores. I mean, we did pretty good in almost every category, right? I mean, how many were there? We can calculate the percentiles. 9654. Let's do it the other way around. 397 divided by 9654. So that's like the 4th percentile, which is pretty good. There was a couple of different winners just because there's no overall rating anymore, but we can go look at what those are. So there's like winners in all of these different categories, you know. So this was the top one in creativity. Mycelium Mayhem. It's your little mushroom guy fighting isopods on a stump. We got the #1 in enjoyment.
Sorry guys about my throat. I don't know what's going on. Well, it's probably all the smoke from the wildfires. So thank you, Oxygen. Miss Bean, I appreciate it. So this was the top in enjoyment. And then we've got top in narrative was this body isn't yours. So haven't played any of these ones. Top in artwork was this one, which it does look really good. I could definitely see why this won top artwork. I mean, then we got top in audio, which was this one. Shinsei Project Collapse. So yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good submissions this year. Tons of them. I mean, there's 9,000, so it's a lot. There still is going to be the Mark live stream, so we're going to wait and see on that. There's still going to be a couple more games chosen, you know, special picks. But yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of good games. Yeah, I don't know if I've played any of these in here. I mean, that's the thing, like, I've played, like, less than 1% of the games, it's just because there's so many. Just don't have time to play all of them, you know? But, yeah. Making a game in Game Maker? Whoa. Imagine using the Game Maker to make a game. But anyways, let's pivot now. So, I have been working on a funny little game. Not Starground, actually. Believe it or not. And no promises about anything. I don't know if we're even going to release it fully or anything, but it's kind of just an experiment on the side, right? It's a prototype. I think that's what we're going to be working on as Starground gets closer and closer to being released, is more prototype stuff. Because I want to have a little bit of a backlog of like game ideas to pursue after Starground. So we're going to be working on that on the side. But I'll go ahead and show you guys what it's all about. So this is a model I was working on. Ignore this. But here's the game world. So this is it's a whole different thing. It is 3D, yeah. I do want to really make an actual 3D game. In fact, 2 of the ideas we have lined up are both 3D, so probably gonna be 3D. Yeah. But the whole concept of this game, it doesn't really work yet. It's super basic right now. But it's kind of like, you know, FNAF. Not a bomb, no. So the whole idea of this is that you're in this like elevator, and you're going down through all these different levels in a facility. And you're gonna have rovers that you can control to go around and explore the maze. So I'm just kind of working on the basics of that vent is opening up. I'm just kind of getting the main elevator play area set up right now. There's a little hatch up here. So I guess the best way I describe it as is a resource management FNAF game. Just because of the way of like how you're like in this room, you know, and you have like a controller camera type of thing to like see out into the world. It's not necessarily like exactly like FNAF. I mean, it's not like there's animatronics walking around, but there's definitely a connection to FNAF gameplay at least. But yeah, basically what I have so far is just like the camera angle stuff, so you can move your cursor on each side of the screen to look around. So you can look at stuff over here. There's gonna probably be more stuff over here, and then you can interact with your little remote control to control your rovers. So the whole idea of the game is that you send your rovers out through this little hole into a big maze, and you are trying to survive. You have to bring back resources and stuff, right? Oh, the hatch open. But that's the gist of it.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool. There's going to be a lot of focus on like ambience, you know. I think one thing it's going to be a horror game, so by the way. The hatch, it's just, it doesn't really do anything right now. I just have code set up so that it kind of opens in increments like that. Basically, it's going to be something that you have to keep track of. Enemies or entities from the last level that you go through will start to enter through your hatch, so you have to keep it closed, you know? But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. One thing I've always liked about games like Iron Lung and stuff is how like your vision is so like limited, you know? Where it's like you can't just like look out and see everything. It's like you have to press the thing to take a photo, and I really like that because it like, I don't know, it's it makes your mind start thinking about, okay, well this was here, but now where is it, you know? Also, we got this really simple like PS1 dithering shader thing going on. But yeah, anyways, the idea here, we can look at this actual model in Blender. It's like going to be your little handheld tablet thing. So this is going to display, it's going to like update and show what a given rover is seeing. This is going to be a little radar. So this is going to be more of a live view, but an extremely simplified one. All that's going to do is kind of just show you like the area around your rover or whatever. Let's see, we got all these things in here. Where's my whiteboard? Do I not have one? I really wish I could pin tabs in Krita. Okay, let's create a new one. Boom. So, the thing with the radar is it's going to be like this, where it's like just a little circle dial. It's going to show where your rover is, and then it's going to show the network of tunnels, you know, that's ahead of it and stuff. So it's going to look something like this. So it just gives you a very simplified view of where your rover is and where it can move, but it's not really going to give you any info about what's around your rover. So you're going to have you can take a photo here, and it scans in. This is also going to be like a live audio meter. So it's going to have a little line, and it's going to, you know, do stuff when there's audio playing. And then down here are just going to be like the directional buttons in order to move your rover and stuff. And we're going to put a lever right here. That's kind of the next thing I need to model, actually. But yeah, I think it'd be really cool. We just kind of randomly came up with this idea one day. I can't even remember. I mean, really, I didn't come up with it. That was more Ace's doing. But somehow you came up with it. I don't know how. And I do kind of suck at modeling, but a part of also wanting to do a bunch of 3D games for Big Boy Games is the fact that we do want to get better at modeling. You know, because we're just not that good at it. So I think stuff like this will definitely help with that. Let's go ahead and make a little lever. Let's just do a UV sphere. Actually, not a... yeah, we could do a UV sphere, actually. Let's lower the number of vertices on there. The style we're kind of aiming for this is like, sort of PS2 vibe. A little bit, but I think mainly, though, it's more like a Fallout vibe, you know? I'll show you guys, like, what our kind of reference material is for what everything's gonna look like in this game. Okay, so we'll put the lever somewhere like that. And we want that origin point really to be here, let's do this. So we're gonna select those two, Shift S, or let's actually do this. We can select those, cursor to selected, and now we have an origin point for our lever. Which actually though, let's go ahead and put it like back in here. So cursor to selected. Now we're going to say set origin to, or I guess what we need to do first is fix the here. Fill that in, Now select that. Cursor to selected. Now we say set origin to 3D cursor. And now we go back over here. Select that face. Cursor to selected. Now we can say geometry to origin. Nope. There's a way that we can move this to 0 or whatever. Snap. Selection to cursor. There we go. So now we have that at a nice centralized point, so we can rotate it like that in game. But yeah, let me show you guys like an image of Fallout 1. I really do love how the UI and stuff looks in this game. It's very like kind of gritty and 3D. We're gonna do all the UI and stuff's gonna kind of look 3D like this because I think it just looks cool. Like especially like this stuff here, you know, when you're talking to guys, it just looks cool. It's all like, but yeah. So hey, Paul and YouTube, welcome in. Yeah, we did pretty good on the GMTK Jam. Let me show you the score. Alexa, fan on. Burning up, guys. So this is what we ended up with, which is not bad. I'm pretty happy with these scores. Above 50% percentile in all of them, so that's all you can really ask for. But yeah, artwork definitely got a good rating. Audio is pretty good. Enjoyment, narrative, and creativity. I mean, these are all kind of the tricky categories anyways to do good at. With a game jam, narrative can be pretty tricky. Because narrative is like, unless your game is a story game, you're probably not going to get a super great rating in narrative. And creativity can be kind of tricky. I completely understand why it's at the bottom, because it's just Snake. So yeah. But even with that, though, I think we still did pretty good, so yeah. I think we're talking about maybe doing a post-jam also for this game, so we'll see about that. But yeah. It's well done, thank you very much, yeah. Build a narrative. Yeah, narrative is hard. It's always, I think, like the hardest category to like do on GMTK. Because it's kind of like, I don't know. You have to be like a story game, otherwise there's no overall on GMTK anymore. It's just the main categories, so no idea how we did an overall, but you can kind of calculate an overall score, you know, if you just know what your ranks are and all these things. So but I think overall it would just be some kind of average between these, you know, probably like somewhere around 500 or whatever, 600. But that's not bad. Out of 9,000 entries, it's pretty good. Yeah, I also did Buzz Off was the other one I did in GMTK. This one I actually did really good. To be fair, it was fewer entries, but but yeah. Rated our game and we somehow got 37 for enjoyment. Oh yeah. Which one was your game again? I feel like the voting must be flawed. His game isn't that great. I can't remember which one. There's so many different games I played. I'll remember what's the name. Yeah, I mean, also that's something too, is that the ratings are kind of they don't mean a whole lot. Like oh yeah, Terrarium Keeper. Almost forgot. Oh, I do think that game was really fun though. I mean, it's epic. I think it gives a boost. Yeah, I mean that's another thing too, is the fewer ratings you have, sometimes it can actually like really boost your score. They do a little bit of like you know, what's the word? Scaling given the number of reviews that your game has received, but yeah. I mean, which I think is fine though, that it works that way. Let's see, how do I see like the games I rated again? GMTK. Man, there's so many horror games on itch. Can I go here and just go to has rated? I guess not. Let's go take a look at your game, though. It was a Terrarium. I don't know how to sort or search by those games. Maybe what we can do now is just go here, search like GMTK, Jam. I don't know how to actually search for them. Can I select a tag? Okay, there's some here. And then I can just search for Terrarium. Terrarium. Oh. Yeah, it's hard to find games after the jam is over, isn't it? I probably still have the link in the... Oh, there it is. Terrarium Keeper. Yeah. Might show my ratings, or... I don't think it does. Oh, yeah, you did really good in enjoyment. That's awesome. Sick. Well, yeah, congrats on that. That's pretty good. So welcome in, Grunt. How's it going? Yeah, we did pretty good. I can show you our ratings real quick here. So this is what we ended up with. Not bad. 397, 43, 658, 850, 1694. Yeah, I think we're all pretty happy with that ranking. Yeah, congrats on the enjoyment. That's pretty epic. Pretty mediocre scores. Yeah. I can check out your game. It was what's it called again? I can't remember any of the names. I'm stupid. Let me just search your name and see if I can find it that way. Oh yeah, Feedback Rail. Almost forgot. That's still pretty good though. I mean, that's above 50% percentile. So you did better than half of all the people. So game's clearly better. Maybe people were critical in their review. Nah, I think they're both good. I think I did really enjoy how the gameplay loop of your game with Terrarium Keeper. It was just very simple and fun. I think it also depends on the kind of game you end up making too. That also has a big say on ratings and stuff. So yeah, that's good though. Even with like the balancing issues and stuff, it's still a really solid score, you know. So I would take that as a success. Yeah, it sounds like we all did pretty good though, so that's epic. Yeah, it was a fun little jam. Probably gonna do the post-jam version. There was some mention of releasing the game on Steam for like $1. I don't know if that's gonna happen. We'll see. That needs to be discussed more, but would be interesting. Just depends. So, anyways, now that the jam is all done and stuff, we're working on a funny little prototype game right now. I was just pulling this up to kind of show off the epic UI in Fallout 1 and also in Fallout 2. I just think it looks cool. You know, all those like old like 3D rendered buttons and stuff. I've always liked that vibe. So yes, I have released on Steam before. We got Starground on Steam. This funny little game, which we probably will work a little bit more on today. We'll see. But yeah, I've released this on Steam, and also we did a Pogo Rocket a while ago. This didn't go anywhere, but I'm considering just permanently decreasing the price to $1, but we'll see. But this game was just definitely a learning experience. It's filled with issues and stuff, but yeah. It was good though. I did learn a lot from working on this. This is done in GameMaker. This is the final straw for me in GameMaker. After working on this, I was like, that's it. I hate GameMaker. I don't want to use it anymore. But Starground has gone much better. That's for sure. But now we're messing around with this. this funny little game. Should keep track of how big the bezel is over there, but it doesn't really matter. Just do something like that. So the idea is that when we pull down this lever, let's shade it smooth, it will activate the camera here and render in an image. So we're probably going to mess around with that and just get it like doing a basic render. I imagine the way we're going to do that is probably with some kind of a shader. So we'll see. Starground looks good. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull up the YouTube chat because wow, it sucks. I have the restream chat on OBS, but the issue with it is that the messages fade out. So I see a message pop in and I start reading it and then it goes away. So I'm just going to open up the YouTube chat, actually. I'm tired of it. There we go. All right, now I can read your messages. Wonder how difficult the submission process is. It's really not that bad. Basically, all you have to do, it's a $100 fee to put your game on Steam. The reason they do that is kind of just to filter out like little cash grab games and stuff that people make. It just kind of makes the pool of games on Steam better. So you pay that fee, then you just upload the zip, and that's pretty much it. There's a bunch of stuff that you have to do. You have to make like all the art, and that kind of can take some quite a bit of time sometimes, because you've got to do like there's like 12 different images you have to make or whatever, because there's a bunch of different ones for the library and the store page and everything. So that's kind of a whole lot of things you have to do. And you have to fill out all the store info, obviously, your description and everything, and your requirements and all the basic stuff that you'd expect. But it's really not too bad. I would definitely recommend, if you're considering it, I think it's worth it. I mean, yeah, it's $100. It's not super cheap, but it's also not like insanely expensive. You know, $100 is doable. Or is it made in React? I don't know. I mean, if you can export it as a zip, then you can get it on Steam. That's really the requirement, I guess. But yeah, I'd take a look at it. So I model this little CRT screen. I do like how this looks. All I did, it was so simple. I just took a plane, right? I subdivided it a bunch. So here, I gotta select vertices, do a subdivide, and I just made like a lattice like this, right? And then I took these center 4 vertices, I just moved it up, but then I also did proportional editing like this. And then it just kind of gives it this nice like CRT curve, right? Like that. So it's pretty easy to make this screen. I modeled a CRT screen before, and for a Pogo Rocket actually for the main menu, but it looked terrible. But this one is nice and smooth. So what we're probably going to do, keep this as a separate object, call this screen, and we're going to be applying a shader to that so that we can actually render in our image that we get rendered from the camera. So let's save that, go back into here. I wonder if it updates the mesh live. It probably won't. No, I'm sure it won't. But it's updated in here now. So yeah, the idea is that we're going to pull the lever down, it's going to take the image, and then do the stuff in here. So let's go into the tablet scene. I used to have just a big sprite here with a sub viewport, but I realize that's not going to look good, so get rid of that. We've got the screen right here. We're going to pop a shader onto that. So standard material. And let's see, how do we actually want this to work? Because it needs to be... I guess we need to do a shader material like this. New shader. Oh, God. I don't really know, like, how this works. Like, how we would map a viewport to 3D geometry. I have to, look into that. Display viewport on 3D object. I can look at something like that. Because I want to use some kind of sub viewport or something. Well, not necessarily sub viewport. Basically, what I want to do is capture the input from a camera. Is this just taking an image? Okay, that is actually generating a PNG. So that's basically what I want to do. But how do we, like, map that onto here? I guess we just need to set its texture to a parameter. I've done plenty of 2D shaders, but I actually haven't done any spatial shaders yet, so this is going to be kind of a new thing to explore, right? Call it image. Yeah, oops, keep doing that. So now that's going to give us that parameter. Let's just see what happens if we put an image in here, like what even happens. And then if we say in fragment, color is equal to texture image UV. Does that just work? Constants cannot be modified. So we can't set color. Let me go look this up. Godot. Let's just go to Godot shaders and see, like, if there's something kind of like this. Because I need, like, I need to figure out how to actually do the 3D stuff. Oh, this is cool. Luminance preservation. Interesting. All right, let's look up screen. I want to see if there's some kind of shader for putting things onto a screen. Screen warping. It's almost like what I want. How do I set colors, though? Let's take a look. Okay, we have to set the albedo. See, there's different, like, things now. Oh, and that has to be albedo.rgb. Nope, that has to be RGB over here. Whoa. Well, that does what I want, so I think we're gaming. So now what we can do is just take an image from our camera, and that will map it to the screen here, like this. The other thing that we need to do here, of course, is that this should probably be like glowing and all that jazz. So let me look that up. Godot spatial shader glow. Because I know that the standard shader has that, but I don't think we can map this to the standard shader. Unless we do a render pass on a standard shader. Let's go ahead and try that. So I'm going to copy that, clear it. We're going to do a standard material, then on next pass. Oh, yeah. So now we can modify our base one. So we can go to emission, enabled, set it to white. I can't see the next pass, though. So I'm not sure how to make this work. So why is it just pure white? If I turn off emission, it's fine. It looks like any amount of emission just kind of makes the second pass not visible, which is kind of too bad. Text color, shading, transparency. Render priority. Oh, okay, okay. -1. And then what if we say, what is it, alpha is equal to 0? Okay, so it might be an alpha thing. What if we set it to 0.5? Still can't see it in there. It's probably just because the emission is so strong that it's invisible. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how this works. How we can, like, put this in here. I mean, what we need to do is basically push it in as the albedo. But I don't know if I can do that live. Technically, we could just grab our image, pop it in like that as the albedo. It's basically what we were just doing, though. We could also do that as the emission texture. Let's see what that does. It doesn't really seem to, like, work. So what we might want to end up doing instead here is continuing to use our other shader. Clear that out, new shader material. Tablet. Pass in our image, so we have that. And then we just set the mode to unshaded. And it'll basically make it look like it's glowing. Yeah, like that, right? So that's probably how we're gonna do it. And we could also, like, add in a light and stuff. So now that if we go into the world and stuff and we actually use this screen, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I think that'll work. It's good enough for now. And just to make it look cooler, let's go ahead and just add a little light to this. It's pretty easy. Just do a Omni light. Obviously won't be this strong. So let's down the range a lot, just right there. And the energy on this will be, like, way less. I don't know why the surface of this is all, like, screwed up. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure that out. It's like something weird with the normals or something, or the smoothing. It looks totally fine in Blender, but then when I export it, it's just it's a mess. And I think it's because it's the smooth by angle modifier. Maybe it's because it's not applying modifiers. I could apply it, and now it's, like, set in stone. Because it does all the sharp edges and stuff. Does that apply it in here? I would think importing it in here would actually apply everything. Okay, so it doesn't work. So I might just not be able to do smart smoothing or whatever in Godot, which is not good. You can just say shade flat, I guess, but then it's going to have the ridges. So I'm not sure. I might have to look into that. Unless it already does smoothing. No, it doesn't. You can just see the faces there. So objects use modifiers? Yeah, I mean, that's what... I don't know. Or OBJs or whatever. Yeah. So the modifiers not work when you do a .blend import? Is that kind of my issue right now? Because, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's annoying, though. Oh, yeah, we could also make this cast shadows like that. I don't know if I really want it to. We'll decide on that. It does look pretty cool with the glow from the screen. I don't think so, and even on my GLBs, it's bugged, like my bevels weren't on my GLB. Oh yeah, that's odd. Yeah, I might have to do that then. Make this an OBJ or something. It's really convenient, though, for editing, because I just change something in the blend, and then it's just updated over here. I don't have to do anything, but... Yeah, if it's gonna be funny, though, I guess I might have to. Oh yeah, let's also enable these buttons. These are gonna have to become separate buttons, so let's apply all of our modifiers now. And I have to go in here and say, select. Also, you know what? These are way too many before I do this. I think we can get away with 2 segments here. Like that, and then just shade smooth. Or fine. Same with over here. Looks like we're already doing it. Apply the array. So now I gotta go through and separate these. Select by linked. And what is it? It's like control. Separate by selection. Yeah, there we go. Let's just tap P. Select by linked. Bop. Selection. And then I don't know why this one still has another one on it. It's a little odd. Let's delete that. I got that one, and then these are still connected, so we're going to do select by linked. Oh, I see what's happening here. There's like an overlap of buttons. So I think these need to get cleaned up here. Oh yeah, there's like multiple buttons in here. It's a little messed up, but it's fine. Nothing a little bit of merge by distance can't handle. Okay. So now we can rename these direction up, direction right, direction left. Direction down. And we'll also call this one over here lever. To audio meter. This is a radar. I'll call this one, instead of plane, just call it like body. There's a couple cubes here. This is a lever housing. And that's just, that should really be a part of the body. Okay. Not much should change here other than those just getting smoothed out. Okay. All right. So now what I want to do is make it so that these buttons, like, we can push them, right? If we interact with them, so we can select a button, go like, and push the button in, you know? So that's the plan. Should be doable. So Dino Cries, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Let me give you a follow. What is going on? What are we up to today in your stream? Okay, so we got the light. Should be good to go here. So these buttons over here, we're gonna make these inherit. Maybe. From... And that's one thing, we can't make these buttons inherit from a script because they're like a part of the scene. But, yeah. Anyways, welcome in everybody. We are working on a little prototype for a game. It's kind of like a, it's gonna be a horror game. Almost a mix of like a resource management game and FNAF in a way of having to deal with like entities and stuff. So very early in development. We're just messing around with it right now, but yeah. I can't seem to, yeah, we're gonna have to probably separate these buttons into their own scenes, unfortunately, because they have to be in and of themselves interactable. So yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. Whoa. It's definitely annoying, but I guess all we have to do is just get one mesh and just do it. It's very cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So we can just save this. We will, I wish I could like copy into a new scene. Or I guess I could just export this as a, OBJ over here. Now, I know there's a flag or something in Blender. Don't export object, and where you can like tell Godot not to import the object. So we can see what happens here if we just do we go back into here. And then what happens if we just go into here and say don't import or whatever. I think that's what we can do. So now we just select this one over here, direction up, and say skip import. Yeah, there we go. Cool. But now I can still just have it in the scene for convenience, so that's good. All right, so we are going to say set origin, center of mass, and I'm just going to export this now as an OBJ. Just call this button.obj. Selection only. We should be good to go. Now in here, I can just go grab that, or we can make some static bodies for the buttons. So static body 3D, add a collider, and we add a mesh instance. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Recently, one person from my jam made TV with 2 buttons that you press with your jiggle bone hand. Oh yeah, button force played to, yeah, jump or shoot in that TV. Very funny. That sounds cool. Yeah, I do love physical buttons. It's pretty epic. There we go. So now I can load that mesh, and I can't see it. Might just be extremely tiny. Oh, it's over off to the side. So what we need to do is save it and set this origin point to 0. Now we re-export it. Boom. Let's see if that works. There we go. So we will call this button. And we're going to give this, call it direction button.gd. Going to extend interactable. In my interactable code, it's pretty simple. I just got a couple things in here. So can interact is one. We'll figure that out later if we can actually move in a given direction. But on interact, we're gonna just run up a quick little animation, which is var depress tween. We're gonna kind of do what we did with like the tablet over here. Go back into here. And I guess that has to be created as a tween by default. Okay. Now we're gonna say depress tween dot tween property self. We're also going to keep track of our initial position, so function ready. Start position is position. Our start position. Ooh, okay. So we are going to first off tween our position. From there to start position minus vector 3. And we have to figure out what axis this needs to move on. So that's going to move minus on the x-axis. At least I think. So it's going to be -1, 0, 0. -1 is probably way too much, but we'll figure out what that actually needs to be. That's just going to be a really quick one. And then we're going to have another one that's like 0.5 seconds that will just tween back to start position. So we'll go ahead and see how that looks. We can also go in here now and actually position these properly. We're just going to put 1 in here to see if this even works. So we pick up that. Can't seem to press the button. Yeah, I think it's because I didn't do my collision shape properly. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Okay. Oops. Now we're set. I'm asking everyone who I meet want to join my game jam next week. It's on itch and served for most other jams. You're welcome to send a link. I did just do a jam, so I don't know if I'm quite wanting to do another one so soon after. But I'll definitely give it a look. Here, let me do that now. Okay, it's still a little too... That's a little too slow, and it still moves slightly too much. So let's try that. That feels pretty good. So basically, that's the way that you can press the buttons and move. Alrighty. Core Mechanics Challenge. Well, I appreciate the link. I will see what my schedule's looking like. Because of course Starground is still in active development, and we are gearing up for a big update right now. But if I have time, I'll definitely take a look. Just finishing the new visuals for it, but still unlisted on itch. Okay. Yeah. Like, you don't... Like, it's not supposed to be unlisted, but it is for some reason? Yeah, that's pretty odd. Okay. So you need to kind of fix that issue where this becomes... It doesn't get reset back unless it's... Okay. So let's fix that really quick. I think I know where that code is or why that's happening. You just go to shoot ray. Yeah, this is what we're saying here. If interactable and can interact, then do that. So every time we run this ray, we'll just set it back to default arrow. There we go. So now it'll only actually do things on things we can interact with, which is cool. It checks that can interact function, so... And then we'll be able to pull this lever, and it's gonna go... And, you know, take an image and stuff. So yeah, this will be cool. I'll have to do some kind of effect on the screen, so it, like, loads in and scan lines, you know? Which we can figure out how that would work right now. The idea is simple. You get the mechanic that you need to implement, share the code, check other people's code, and judge it. Okay, interesting. Goals to learn. Previous jam themes were Snake and Runner. Like Google T-Rex Runner, Subway Surfer. Okay. Interesting. Wishlist the game? Yes, it is using Godot. Yeah, made all this in Godot. I do enjoy Godot. I've had a good time using Godot with this. It's interesting. There's so much I've learned working on Starground. I think going into the next game, it's going to be so much easier. Just the process will be so much more smooth. Just like the architectural way that I kind of structure everything. The multiplayer is using the, like, integrated Godot stuff. It's using, like, the multiplayer synchronizer and spawner. But to get it working with Steam, I'm using Godot Steam. Specifically the Godot Steam multiplayer peer. And that lets me kind of connect all the Godot multiplayer stuff with the Steam multiplayer stuff. So it lets me, like, you know, invite people to a lobby and all that jazz, and you don't have to port forward, so it's a nice little thing. I actually switched over to this one, Espresso Bits. Steam multiplayer peer. Because I was having issues with the other one, but apparently they just did, like, a massive rework of it. On the multiplayer peer here. So if you go to repositories, right here, multiplayer peer, I'm actually interested to take another look at this now because it's been like completely redone. Yeah, no, I don't do any custom server stuff. I mean, technically there is a public server, but it's not like, you know, it's not like you need it or whatever. It's just you can join that server if you want. But yeah, the way I do the multiplayer is all peer-to-peer. It's just easier that way, honestly. This isn't like an MMO or something where I really need to super squeeze out every little last bit of optimization. It's also not a PvP game, so there's no like... I don't need to have like a server authority to keep track of everything and make sure nobody's cheating, you know? So yeah, it's pretty easy. If you're just doing peer-to-peer stuff, it's not too bad. Obviously, if you've never made a game before or anything, I do not recommend making a multiplayer game because it's a lot of work, but it's not like the worst thing ever though. It's doable. So we're just gonna duplicate this button a bunch, and before I do that though, I'm gonna make it a scene. Save branch as scene, call it directional button. Now we have all our buttons. So this is gonna be button up, button left. So rotation, we are going to do that 90 degrees. And we're just gonna find out like how much do we need to move this by. Okay, let's do this. The Z, I'm gonna say minus 0.1. Yeah, it's a little too much. Plus 0.05. Then Y is plus 0.05. Or whatever. Minus 0.05. Because that's not enough. Let's do a... Yeah, let's just do plus 0.1 for now. We can always readjust these. Oops. Yeah, that's good enough. Then we got a button right and button down. So this one's gonna go plus 0.2. Whoops. Like that. Let's snooze that ad. One of my future game requires to have MMR ranking. Yeah, ladders and stuff, so I need custom servers, but still gonna start with P2P. Yeah, probably a good idea. Yeah, I haven't really done any like, you know, having servers necessary for the actual like gameplay stuff. I mean, it definitely does like open up possibilities for more interesting kinds of games for sure. But I think one of the reasons I haven't messed with stuff like that is just because it requires me to continually have to pay for those servers and maintain them, you know? And it's kind of a lot of work. But, you know, to somebody maybe that's already done server stuff in the past, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Alright, so now we got those buttons sticking out. I'm also going to go ahead and just add a couple more things, so we're going to have signal pressed for when the buttons get pressed. And in here is right where we say press.emit. Was there Godot server platform W4? Yeah, there's two that I know of. There's Godot Steam has a server package. So if you go to repositories, there's Godot Steam server. And this basically just has more functions that lets you like do all the Steam server things. So if you're planning on like this game being on Steam, then this is something I would take a look at, because I think you can do a lot of the stuff you need to do through the Steam servers. So that's one option. There is also like W4 server stuff, yeah. W4 Godot. And I think they have a like a cloud computing thing or something in here. Like something like this, yeah. With like player authentication, lobbies, dedicated servers. So this is definitely something to take a look at if you need. This is probably a little bit more powerful than the Steam stuff, but I don't know how much this costs though. So that's the only thing, right, that I would probably be careful about is pricing stuff. But yeah, this is definitely interesting. I mean, also the nice thing is this is made for Godot, right? So, am I going to Godot Fest? Probably not. It depends on where it is. It's in Munich, so I'm probably not going to go. Or in Europe or whatever, yeah. It would be really cool to go to a Godot Con or whatever somewhere, but it's just so far away. I'm in the US, so I have to fly all the way to Germany. It's kind of far and expensive. There was one in Boston, but even going to Boston is still expensive and far away. So, I don't know. It would be cool one day if I have $1 billion. But yeah, I don't know. If there's another one in the US, maybe a little bit closer to me next year or something, then that would be cool. So, I'll be on the lookout for that. Those free, but I need to ask them? Oh yeah, that's annoying. Well, I wonder if they change their pricing model then, if they do like a... Yeah, there's just an enterprise plan here. I wonder how much that costs. You just have to send an email, yeah. The only thing on W4 that I may do in the future is the console stuff. Because it would be really cool to be able to put stuff on console through Godot. I think the pricing for the console stuff is pretty reasonable. You know, $68 a month or $800 a year, that's really not that bad for a console. And there's probably not a whole lot I would do. Give me a free ticket if I'm giving the talk. Well, it's too bad though, because it still wouldn't pay for the hotel or the plane ticket, which should be like $2,000 or something. But yeah, the ticket cost is nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day. Definitely probably do a go to one of the US ones though, because it'd be so much cheaper for me. Isn't trip and tax expense? I guess so. It's expensive though. Doesn't mean that I don't have to pay them the money to do it. So, but yeah, if there's one in the US that's a little closer to me, I'm in Colorado, so somewhere more centralized, or even in like California, would probably be a little bit easier to get to. As it's all the way in Boston, is kind of far away. But yeah. Alright, let's make sure all these buttons are working. Looking good. I'm clicking them. Cool. Okay. Then we gotta get the lever working. In Lavia? Oh, okay, yeah. It's probably much easier to go to stuff like that when you're like in Europe. Still takes a little bit too long to actually press the button, which is interesting. Let's do 0.05. That feels a little bit more responsive. Okay. Also, I don't know why I'm not embedding the window. Let's do that again. Still not cheap, but hope to meet other streamers and developers. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I don't... It's definitely a good opportunity for that, right? Being able to network and stuff and meet people making games, it's pretty cool. Definitely would be the reason I'd want to go. But... Okay, doing owner.active there should mean I can't press the buttons when I'm not actually holding the tablet. Yeah. Cool. Just got to do the lever. These buttons. We'll work on the little audio thing there too. And yeah. Let's go ahead and set up a camera for this. So So I'm actually going to add an export property to here, which is export. We'll figure out, like, we'll probably use, obviously not just any camera, but the actual rover camera once we get to that. So now what I want to attempt doing is adding a camera into the world and just pointing it at something. Like, just plop the camera right there. And I want to try and take a image using this camera. So we'll see how that goes. So I think there's a function inside of the camera 3D that lets you take an image. I'm pretty sure I used it before. At least I thought. I'm pretty sure that I did this before. Let me watch a quick little video here. This is with a 2D camera. Okay, it's just getting the viewport. So viewport, get texture, get image. So I'll go ahead and give this a script, probably. We'll see. This is going to be a child of the rover object. So let's just start with that, right? Let's set all of this stuff back to 0. So we've got our rover object here. Let's save this as a scene. As rover. Let's give this a script. We're gonna have function take image or capture image, whatever. And this is gonna do all this stuff. I'm just looking here how we do it. So we want to say, like, our image is get viewport get texture dot get image, and then we just say image dot save png. It's probably the way that we can do it, and then we can access that PNG or load it. Or actually, yeah, if we don't need to save it because we have it loaded already right here when we say get image. So okay. Love using sub viewport when I understand how it works. Still feels that it's very costly, but having like item UI picture, yeah, in your hand is really cool. Yeah, sub viewport stuff is really cool if you're messing around with 2D things. I have done that before. It's pretty convenient. Yeah, unfortunately, the vibe of this game, it's kind of definitely want to do 3D UI, but that's fine. So I'm gonna change this now. This is gonna be var active rover. It's gonna be a type of rover. And let's give this a class name, rover. Back to the tablet. Alrighty. So now inside of the world with our tablet, we can actually assign it to the rover, like that. UI-less games are the best? Yeah. I think, yeah, that's also one of the reasons I kind of want to do very diegetic UI is because, it's a horror game, and I think the ambience and stuff like that, immersion really matters a lot, so. Okay, so I'm just gonna say return image. And that's how we can do this. After working with GameMaker, I miss signals. Yeah. Oh, is that what you brought up? Oh, you said making... Okay, you were talking about yourself when you said making a game in GameMaker. Yeah. Yeah, signals are pretty nice, aren't they? I mean, you could probably emulate something like signals, but it's so much easier to use with Godot, though. Yo, thank you for the spin, Ryan. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, there's so many things about Godot that I love, honestly. It's crazy. Okay, so we're gonna also go back into the tablet. And I'll just do this in here. If active rover, then say active rover, oops, capture image. Now, we also have to do this on the camera. Like that, I think. So let's try that. Now, that should return our image, so we can say var image is that. And back in the tablet, we have to say await. And now we're going to say screen dot set shader screen dot material. So right in here, we're going to set image. To image. So let's see if this works. No idea. All right. Welcome back from ads, everybody. My apologies about that. Okay, it crashed. So why did it crash? Invalid material. Oh, is it because it's my surface material? Yeah. I forgot it's like a little different. I can't copy path, can I? How do I get my surface material override? Set surface override material. Or I guess I would do get. Or mat is that. Does that have an index? Yeah, so index 0. And then we say mat.set shader parameter. Let's try that. I remember Amnesia developers were talking about how they designed the game, found out they actually calculated when and how to make safe zones and to communicate them to a player so you would not get used to the constant horror. Yeah. I definitely like that concept of like the... Ooh, it did something. This is pure white, but maybe it did something. Did we get thrown an error in here? This is all that stuff. But it did change the image, so I don't know. Doesn't look like much though. Just as an experiment also, I'm just gonna do a quick canvas layer. Add this to a texture rect. Just kind of in the center. And then I'm going to also set this. I'm gonna say... So lyric time to eat and relax. Sounds good. Hope you enjoy the food. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. I do appreciate that. And if you're heading out, then have a good rest of your night. Should be night, yeah. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything display. Like, I mean, I know that it's running the function stuff, but it's just not showing up on the canvas layer. So obviously something is a little weird. Not sure what though. So we say... Maybe what I need to do is change how this works or something. I don't know. I wonder if it's because it's like an await call. Okay, so yeah, that does have to be here. Let's print out what image is when we actually get it. So it is returning an image. Is it because it's just an image and not a texture? Is that the issue? Yeah, because I'm doing get texture, get image. I think I just need to say get texture. That might be the issue here. Let's try this again. Whoa. Okay, it did work. So let's get rid of this canvas layer now and just look at it on the screen. Let's take a look at this. Oh, now it's not happy. Oh, it's because I got rid of the canvas layer. Whoopsies. Let's try that again. How many copies of Starground did you sell? We have sold over, I think, 9,000. I can go take a look, though. Look at that. It's so cursed because it's showing my main camera. So it's just like showing an image of my monitor in there. Which actually, I don't know how that makes any sense because it's like it's continually updating. That's a little funny. We'll figure that out. Let me go take a quick gander here. Yeah, we've sold a little bit over 9,000 sales. It's pretty good. So why is that like a live update feed? It looks like it's like a static resource. It's always returning the same one. So I think that's the issue, is that we do have to actually say capture image. So right here we say get image. So and then what I want to say is you can say image texture dot create from image, like this, and then return that. So that should return a stationary static image. Let's check this out. Yeah, there we go. It's so weird. It's cool though, it's working. But yeah, you can see the little image it captured in here. It is warped, and that's just because the image that it's capturing right now is going to be using the same aspect ratio as our actual viewport. Which that is something that we need to change here. Why would I want this? Well, this isn't going to be taking an image of the main screen here. This is going to be capturing images from the rover's point of view. So the idea is that you pull this lever down and then it grabs an image of what your rover is looking at, right? So you can kind of get an idea of like what's going on around your rover. So this is just kind of testing and getting the basics of it set up. It still seems to be grabbing though from like the global camera instead of this one attached to the rover. So I need to figure out how to actually make it use that one. And I think it's just because it's saying get viewport, get texture. I might be able to create a sub viewport here and then put the camera in there. Then that also lets us do like 640 by 480, which would be the proper aspect ratio. I don't know if this will actually change it, but let's see. Okay, so that's just black. Which is interesting. Let's go look at what this camera is actually seeing in here, because it might just be that it's in the ground. There's another camera down in here. I don't know what that's all about, though. What is that? I've only got one camera 3D in here. I'm going to delete the rover scene and re-put it in. Oh, now it's because our sub viewport isn't moving with us anymore. Interesting. So yeah, we'd have to figure out how to make this all work. Own world 3D. See, I don't know if that's actually going to make sense there. I just want to capture the image from this camera specifically, right? Get screen texture from camera. Yeah, security camera is basically what this is. Let's see how they do it. So they put a camera there. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Okay, they are putting it as a child of a viewport. Interesting. And they're setting a sprite. That's just the texture of that, yeah. Okay. So, I mean, that's basically what I was gonna do. Let's try that again. And they just did like a parent viewport node. We can't use that anymore. So yeah, this is what they did. They just put the camera as the viewport. Child of the viewport. The issue though is that this sub viewport doesn't like, it's just a regular node, so it doesn't have like position. And that's kind of the issue. But I guess I could just map the global position of this camera to something. So we can say function process and just say camera 3D that global position is equal to global position. And we'll see if that does what I want now. It'll look broken inside of here, but once it's actually in game, I think it'll be fine. So let's see if this takes an image now. That doesn't seem to be doing it. Might have been because I messed up the reference here. Look at texture, get image, create from texture, create from image. It's odd. Should be working. Well, it's not now. It's not printing out the image anymore, so I don't know what's happening. Is it just not ever returning anything? I have a couple errors, but I don't think they're not related to the issue. So when I pick this up, nothing gets printed out, which is really odd. I didn't change anything. Oh, it probably lost reference to its rover. Whoopsies. I forgot about that. It's because I deleted the rover. We just have to temporarily attach that over there. Here we go. Okay, we're good. So, I don't know what the heck it's showing. Godot game engine something? This is a little quirky. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. It's just putting a viewport in. Do I need to do that? Keep 3D linear? Then he's using a new viewport texture from that viewport. Let's go look at something else really quick. Okay. Yeah, right, this is what I thought would make sense, but let's see. So I guess cameras don't actually do any rendering themselves, right? It's just the viewport kind of telling it to. Camera A will display on the root viewport, yeah. No draw mesh A. Camera B will be captured by a sub viewport along with mesh B. Oh, okay. So I guess sub viewports won't render stuff. Yeah. That does make this a little more complicated. I mean, maybe we could temporarily set that camera as our main camera for like a second or something. We can try it. It's gonna be janky. But let's see. So all we have to do is just say camera 3D dot set or dot current is true. Make current, I presume. And then that'll make it render that view. Let's see. It's gonna stay stuck on it though. We don't need to do that anymore. Let's see. Yeah, see now it changes my camera to that. But we can go ahead and try doing this where we say camera 3D dot clear current. Enable next. Yeah, let's try that. I mean, it does work, but you can see the flicker. So I don't know how we're going to get around that issue. Because the thing is, I wanted to render this main world, but the way that viewports kind of work in Godot, or at least from what I'm reading here, is that it won't render in geometry that's not a child of the viewport. Which is kind of problematic. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna fix that. I just wonder how it worked with this, because it doesn't seem to work like that anymore. Because he has a viewport. And he has a camera as the child of the viewport. Own world. I'm just gonna really look closely at all this. It goes into rendering. I mean, I don't think that would change anything, but we could enable that setting to see if it works. Keep 3D linear setting. Flip V, rotation stuff. Let's just start modifying the sprite. Let's see what that does. So if we add a viewport, put the camera, say rendering. That setting does not exist anymore. So that's cool. Well, I don't know what to do about that then. Scaling 3D, variable rate, canvas items, physics, GUI. Because, yeah, like if we are in the 3D scene here and we add in a CSG box or whatever, that's so weird though. We can see it from the camera, even though it's not a child of the camera. Is it just because of the position? So then why isn't it working? I don't know, it's pretty odd. So what I'm trying to do right now, Bot, welcome in, is just make it so that we can render a different view from a different camera right now. But I'm having trouble figuring that out. Doesn't seem to be doing it properly. It's very weird, though. Well, I know the viewport here, so can I just say this? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, right? It seems like it should be working, but it's just a little quirky. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm setting the position of the camera. Let's go back into here. So it's gonna look like the camera's not following, but it should be okay. Go ahead and do that. And if we do it again, it should work. But then it just shows this, and I really don't know what that's all about. It just shows Godot game engine and some like weird glitched out. Right? Like why does it look like that? Yeah, maybe it's like it might be because I'm not updating the viewport or something. Maybe it's because update mode has to be always. Let's just see if that changes it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I guess the issue is just that it wasn't rendering. So what are our other options in here? Update once. Update when visible. You would think that would make sense as the default. Yeah, we might have to do when parent visible. Yeah. Let's just do that, and I think we should be good then. Yeah. Alright, well that'll work. No big deal. Now we can set this back to our preferred resolution. It's done some crazy stuff in there. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, there we go. We got a little CRT screen now. And it's cool because it's like actually mapped to the screen. So like if we go into this view, you can see. Like it's not just like a 2D texture. It's like actually the screen, you know what I mean? So we can plop on some CRT shader effects and stuff onto there, and I think we're gonna be golden Freddy, guys. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go apply that shader on top. So if we go into our tablet on our screen, what we're able to do is give this another pass. So we can say new shader material and then go to Go shaders. See if there is a CRT shader. Now preferably we have one that's spatial. Yeah, like this. Well, it doesn't say that it's for... We'll see. I do love this one, though. We'll see if, like, some of these we can get converted into a, spatial thing. No, it's not spatial. Let's mess around with it. That one doesn't look super great. I do love how this one looks, if we can get this to work. I think the only difference is that instead of setting color, we need to set our albedo. So let's mess around with this, see what we can do. Yeah, it's probably just gonna break because it's not a spatial shader. Yeah, then we just set this to albedo instead. Does that work? Might also have to do with our alpha. Doesn't seem to really work. One possibility is that we first apply this to our viewport. That's something we can do, actually. There's one near the bottom. Bottom of where? Over on here. You're seeing down here. That's a subpixel perfect display. I mean, there are some spatial ones like this one, so we can see what this looks like. Oh, the first bunch? Okay. Well, let's see. I got a bunch of different spatial ones open up, so... I mean, that does work, but I can't see anything. So it probably just doesn't work with multiple shader passes. Yeah. I think, honestly, what's going to work here... Let's just try this. Is going into our rover and giving this a color rect and a canvas layer. Oops. I want to see what this looks like. I'm curious to see. Although the only issue with that is then it's not going to be animated. So that doesn't really work. Never mind. I wonder why this doesn't... I guess it's just because, it's expecting the initial one to be the one that we're using here. Oh, provide a texture? Is that the issue? That we just didn't give it a texture? Hold on. Maybe, let's just uncomment all that. Put this one in here. It might just be that we have to actually set the texture of this in here. Yeah, albedo texture. Okay. Well, that'll work fine, then. I didn't realize that we actually had to input the texture there. Because then we can make it 640 by 480. We got all the pixel size stuff like this. The glow intensity, which is actually pretty cool. I can set that. Subpixel strength. Just how, like, visible the subpixels are. Texture offset. Texture scale. Okay. And texture rotation. We could, like, warble it like that, you know? Or something, we'll see. Yeah, this'll work. So now back into the world. Yeah, you can see it there like that. Cool. So one thing that we're gonna have to do though is set the like texture progress, which I don't think will be too bad. We're getting color here, which is just from our albedo texture. So I think we can add another variable on here that's like down in here. Uniform float progress. So progress of 1 means it's fully visible, whereas progress of 0 means it's invisible. And that way we can kind of do like a scan line, right? So down in here, we're going to want to kind of crop it. I think what we can do is say minus, or we can like subtract from the UV. So that's just going to do that. What if we divided it? I think that's just going to make it larger, yeah. And that's going to make it, yeah. Okay. What we're probably going to have to do is have a mask on top then. Which is fine. This is going to be a black image that kind of gets, like, pasted over everything. So how do we want to do that? Well, the one downside of this shader though is that it doesn't have any like animation. It doesn't like warble and stuff, you know. I kind of wish it did. We can see what else there is in here. So that was, I mean, this one works though, so it's fine. But let's look at some others. There were a couple spatial ones. That one doesn't really hit the vibe I want. Neither does that one. It's faux vertex lighting, which is cool, but... So that's it. It's basically our only option, which is fine. I really wish I could get this one working because it looks so cool. But, you know, it looks like a real CRT, which is awesome. But I don't know how we would convert something like that into a spatial shader. I mean, I guess the way we would do that, maybe. Let's just to experiment with. That effect could likely be added easily with just tweaking the offset like you did with time. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, we could do stuff like that, that'd be cool. That's a very good point. I forgot time was real. I want to see though if I can get this working. I think we can convert this shader. What we need to do is just change the texture that it's using. Although it doesn't seem to be working though. So I don't know, maybe there is something fundamentally different about how spatial shaders work. Probably. Trying to think if there's any other way this would work. Use a canvas shader on a plane, sampling the screen texture behind it. That's... yeah, that's like what I'm thinking. We have to have like a separate, or we could have a hidden canvas shader and then just sample that as the texture maybe, or a canvas layer. I don't know if there's an easy way though to get a texture from a canvas layer. I don't think so. We'd have to do the camera thing again. But I guess we can just do that. We can just add another sub viewport. Let's just experiment with this and see what this does. And all this would be inside of the tablet. So basically we could have a sub viewport with a canvas layer on it. And then inside of that canvas layer, we just have a sub viewport container. Then, or I guess what we do in that case then is just a texture rect. Fill it out fully. Now, instead of setting the material stuff there, we will do that, but we're gonna say, get that as the image. Texture is equal to image. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. And I guess we're gonna have to be capturing another image from this. But this time we can just use the texture. So we're just going to say get texture there as the image that it's using. Let's see what happens there. Or set it now into the texture of image. So this might work. Let's get rid of the shader over here. Go ahead and go back to the other one we just had. So we've got that. Now what we can do is on our sub viewport, we it's gonna be funny. We're going to apply that. Now we just add a color rect on top of this one, I believe, with our shader. We'll just call this one like 2D CRT. So we paste all that in. Let's go ahead and give this a, this is a texture rect now. It's fine, whatever. What does this look like now? Oh yeah, I can't see it because it's in the sub viewport, but... Oh, and also... Go ahead and set this to full rect. So that doesn't work. Oh, this uses texture. I didn't realize. So we put that in like that. There we go. There's also this mask texture. So this is something interesting. There's this little like pattern that we have to create. What did it say to make it? It's a 4x2 image. So let's go ahead and make that really quick. So 4x2. I think he meant to say 4x1. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, okay. I see. It's got to be like inverse or whatever. So you said his favorite pattern. Let's just try that one first. You said it looks like this. So we'll try that out. Just call it CRT filter. Wrong project. Yeah, no, I mean, that one does look pretty good. I'm just messing around with... because the thing is I have to map this to 3D geometry, right? And that's kind of the challenge. But I think this will work just having two viewports. I mean, it's not... Maybe not ideal for performance, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. We're only doing this, like, once. Right? So... I think it'll be okay. It's not like we have like 100 cameras doing this. It's just one. So I don't think it'll be that bad. All right, so now we can load this texture in. Oh yeah, that does actually look pretty cool. Like that. You do get the moire patterns, but I think that's kind of cool that you do, honestly. It's kind of a vibe. Now we can adjust the brightness and aspect ratio and all that stuff, which is cool. The color offset, which is cool too. It definitely does look very like accurate to real CRT. That's the curve. Since this is already mapped to a curved surface, we could just set that to 0. Because we don't need aspect. We also got mask brightness and stuff, so... Yeah, it probably would depend on your screen resolution. But it'll be all different since it's in-game. Or like on a physical... So you guys will see in just a minute here. So we actually get rid of this sub-viewport container now. So now instead of setting that, we're just going to set this as the color rect image. And then what this is basically doing is grabbing the texture material from this sub viewport and then setting that as the parameter for our actual screen texture. So it's a lot, but I think it'll look cool. So basically we just have to load into the game and see what this looks like now. Oh. It's not happy. Oh, I said texture. I'm stupid. I have to say dot material dot set shader parameter. I think it was just called text. Let's see. It can be a color rect. It doesn't matter. It's just gonna be grabbing the thing in here. All this is doing is displaying it. We're getting the texture from the sub viewport actually, so not even the image. Yeah, this is just called text. And this is also .get shader parameter. Oh, wait, no, we are setting the parameter. Stupid. Right. Okay, wait, let me make sure everything's good here. Yeah, we're setting the shader or the texture parameter of that. Yeah, we should be good. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, there we go. I think that's working. We are, like, stacking 2 CRT effects right now, which probably isn't entirely necessary. But we can modify that. So we can go back to the screen here. And instead of doing this whole thing as a actual thing, we can just drop in our CRT effect. Or actually, yeah, we do want tablet shader. And then kind of just remove all this stuff and just do what we were doing before. Like this. Yeah. And it is unshaded. We'll decide on that if we want to keep that unshaded or not. Let's see what this looks like. All right, it's actually grabbing the camera. I forgot. That's what it looks like. It's interesting. The horizontal lines are pretty thick. Let's go into 3D modes just so I can get like a better look at this. So I think what we need to do there is just modify a couple things here first. First off, this viewport should be 640 by 480, so the aspect ratio is correct. Oh, that actually like fixed everything basically. And then I think it's just a matter of changing the resolution of this one. Actually, this doesn't have a resolution attached to it, it looks like, so. But yeah, you can see what we do, like, as we're changing the color offsets and stuff. It's modifying this, so. Whether it's soft, the mask brightness, you know. Yeah, I think something like this will work. I'd probably toy around a little bit with the contrast and everything. And also maybe darken it up a little bit, because it is pretty bright. Like, I'd do that, probably. But I think it'll work. Yeah, this is just going to need some more tweaking now. I think also something that definitely needs to be done here is actually animating it, because right now it's not really doing anything. So I think the way we can do that is, I just want it to kind of wobble a little bit, right? Let's just have warped chords here. So I think what we can do is just change the move linear to sRGB. It's applying the phosphor mask, getting the scan lines. So right here, if we say times like time or whatever, you're gonna see what starts to happen in here. We actually have to go into here to see it though. So if I do that, oh yeah, actually we should probably say plus sign time, otherwise we're not gonna see it move. You can see in there, it's warbling. So we want to do plus vec2, and we only want to do this on the x-axis. Like that, so it's going to wobble left and right. And then we can modify how much this is, so like 0.1. We can also increase time, so it goes faster. Since this is like 60 hertz or whatever, probably do that. And then decrease that one even more, so it's not annoying. Yeah, so you get something like that, which is interesting. We can go even less with that effect, with the actual wobble. So it gives it just a little bit of a... Let's take a look at it now. Oh, right, I'm not in input mode. I was like, whoa. So that just makes it kind of wobble a little bit. It's definitely too much still, and I think it's too predictable. But that's something we can keep tweaking, you know, so we could set that down to, like, even less. Maybe make it wobble faster, actually. Like up to 120 or something. We can go ahead and take a look at that. And we can also do a little tiny bit of wobble on the vertical axis too if we wanted to. Yeah, now you can see that. It's just like a little bit of like a jitter on the screen. Which I think is cool. And we can even layer more things on top, like scan lines that kind of go across and distort it. There's a bunch of things we can do. But this is good enough for now. I definitely will be revisiting this shader. Maybe I figure out a better way to minimize the number of viewports I have to have and stuff, but yeah. We can also get it set up so that it only actually updates the image in here when we pull this lever. And we'll also work on doing the actual, yeah, like the wobble we need to degauss the monitor. Exactly, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be cool. All the little distortions like that, I think, add a lot, so. Yeah, also, hey, bro, welcome in. This is a just a prototype of a game I'm messing around with. I don't even know if this is gonna, like, what's going on with this, if it's gonna be a full Steam release or anything. There is no guarantees or promises yet. So we'll see. Oh, the curve is crazy. Get crazy patterns. Oh yeah, that is so crazy. But we're just messing around with stuff today, so. Why are the patterns so insane? It might also have to do with, like, the shader I have overlaid. It doesn't look like it, though. So odd. Well, it's already curved because the geometry of the screen is curved, so we don't need to emulate the curve. Have any games on Steam? Yes, we do. We have one main, one up on Steam that I've been working on. This is Starground. It's funny because these games are like polar opposite to each other. Like Starground's this like cute, vibrant little pixel art game, and then this is like 3D gritty horror. It's just a complete change from what Starground is. But I think that's part of the reason why I'm making a game like this, because I think it's cool to make different kinds of games. A lot of studios just kind of pump out the same game every year, but I think it's the games I put out mean more to me. Like, I'm not doing this just for a bunch of money. Like, I actually want to make something cool. So I don't want to just make Starground 1.5. I want to make something completely different, you know. But yeah, this is out on Steam. We are still working on this, still in early access. I think this game is probably going to be finished up by it's hard to say, but I'm planning on like February or something next year. We just got to add a little bit more dungeon content stuff, more quality of life, the automation. What this game is about is kind of like a combo of automation and dungeon crawling. So you build like a factory here, and then you go into the dungeon and fight guys. So, but yeah, it's coming along. I do need to put some new screenshots in here with a new zone. But yeah, it's been fun working on. I've definitely enjoyed it. Sounds awesome, to be honest. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's out now. $10. Probably have another sale going on for the 1 year Steam anniversary on the 19th. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah, I don't think I'll have time to get like any meaningful update done for the 19th. But I think what I'll do is just do like a little sprinkle in a couple little nice things for the year anniversary update. I want to add a little bit more quality of life. We might pivot over to this stream. We'll see. But yeah, I've been kind of working on this experimental update that changes how the conveyors and stuff work, and so far it seems to be stable. So what I'll probably do for the anniversary update is just kind of merge those changes in and maybe add some epic decorations or something. We'll see. But yeah, this game has been a hassle. I think the biggest part is because it's multiplayer. It's a lot of work to make multiplayer work well. But, yeah. Greetings, my good friend. It's definitely been fun. This screen does now have a CRT shader, funny enough. So. Alrighty. I think this Omni light might be a little bit too much. I wonder what it looks like just without it, honestly. I mean, I do want it to be a little lit up, but CRTs aren't that bright. Like, just a little bit of a glow like that is probably what I want. Also, I'd probably make it more, like, orangey color. Just because, yeah, it looks more epic that way. Maybe a little more desaturated. But yeah, something like that. Just a little bit of a glow. And I'll probably figure out how to make all these other things a little bit more visible, or easier to see. I might have like a little spotlight on the player's head or something, so. I tried to do emission stuff, but for some reason whenever I do that, it kind of just makes everything invisible. So I'm not sure. Maybe there's like some kind of way I can work that into the shader, and still have the actual texture be visible, but basically when I up the emission on the texture, the albedo just becomes like completely invisible. So yeah, it doesn't really work, but we'll see. This is just the very first experimental messing around with the shaders and stuff, so I'm sure I'll be tweaking these a lot more as we continue on. So yeah, it looks like the images are updating properly. That's epic. We're gonna make it so that it doesn't update whenever you pick it up, but whenever you, you know, pull the lever, which we can do right now. We can also get started on some very basic preliminary shading, or materials or whatever. Like this one in here, let's just apply this and just call it metal or whatever. If my Blender would work. Is Blender gonna crash? You kidding me? I would add source color to your sampler 2D. Oh, right, yeah. That's on the, or right here, yeah. Well, that's a texture, not a source color, right? So I don't think we'd want a source color. Source color would be for like a color picker. Okay. Oh, it does change it. That's interesting. I didn't realize it would do that. What does source color do then? I thought all that was just a hint for the data type. I didn't know it actually like changes the texture. That's very very interesting. Okay. Says distributed linear conversion. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. I wonder how this actually looks now in here. It took me forever to discover that, but it's a color space thing, yeah. Interesting. Oh yeah, that's like changed the vibe of this now. Very interesting. Yeah, I genuinely had no idea that was a thing. Well, now I can make this look a little better. Get up the brightness again. Then we got mask brightness. Yeah, just do it over there. And the curve. Ah, crazy moire patterns. I'll probably like shrink the texture, add like a marginal around the edges, so it's kind of more in the center of the screen. But yeah. Also, I just got an email. Looks like the keys are in, so I will send those right now. Give me a moment, guys. Don't want to accidentally leak all the keys to Starground. Well, that would be pretty bad. Okay. We got... Alright, I'm gonna send these keys really quick because I've been taking way too long to do it. My apologies, guys. I'm sorry, it's just a black screen. And then there's also one that I have to send to... Okay. Let me make sure I'm not on those DMs now. Close the thing. Alright, guys. My apologies. Oh, yeah. Got out of it. Alright, so back to this. It looks like Blender did not crash, thank God. So this is, we're just going to call this one metal. And if we go into a texture view now, we can see that. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, well. Now, both of these are going to have another material, and this is going to be like a void or whatever, black. It's basically just going to be a spot that's supposed to kind of look like it's like a hole. And I'll set black to actually be black. And the way we're going to do that is by turning off all specular and make roughness as high as possible. And that should work. We could also just do... Could actually just change this away from this into a emission. And then just set the color to black. That's another way to do it. Why is my Blender being funny? I don't know what's going on. So like my render mode is weird or something? No. I don't know what's going on. Set that to metal. One on the inside will be black. So now we can also modify our metal material like that. So this one we're just going to make full metal right now. And we'll give it some metallic. I don't know why my Blender is so slow. Ooh. Every time I do anything, it freezes forever. It might be because Godot is constantly importing the changes or something. I don't know. It's odd. But yeah, that might be what it is. I don't know. But now we can see those materials in here. Right now they're just basic dumb materials. I'm gonna go through later and texture them and stuff, but yeah. Also, we have ads. I'm sorry. Am I on 4.5 using the Vulkan backend? It should be. Yeah, I'm on 4.5. Is that like a setting I have to change or something to actually use Vulkan? Or is that just, is it just on by default? I'm only using that. I'm using CUDA. That's just for cycles. Oh, there we go. Vulkan. Okay, cool. Save preferences. Let's go ahead and restart now. Yeah, that might help a lot, actually. Okay. Epic. Thanks for letting me know about that. I didn't realize that Blender actually had Vulkan now. Alrighty, so let's make this lever work. Should be basically pretty easy. All it is just setting the rotation of this right here. Although I am going to apply rotations right here. So that this is 0 rotation. Oh. There we go. Also, I'm going to apply location. Did that just change the origin point? What the? Oh, that's scale. I was like, this is... Okay, that did change my origin point. Epic. Let's undo that. Alright, we should be good now. Ah, there we go. So yeah, we're going to be rotating on the z-axis like this. And we're just going to give it a 90-degree rotation when it goes down like that. Should be easy enough. So ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. So we're going to give this a static body. I'm actually going to make this a type of interactable. Interactable is just a little class I set up just for objects that you can like click on. It's pretty basic. All it is just a static body checking for when you've clicked on it. There's a raycast shooting out from the camera. So yeah, it's a good way to deal with like 3D interactables like this. I'll just set a general collision box here for clicking it, something like that. Okay, so we're gonna give this a new script. We're gonna call this lever. It'll be tablet lever, because in case there's another kind of lever. So we've got those things again in here. Boom. So whenever we interact, we're going to change the rotation of the lever over here. So we're going to say var rotation tween is create tween. And then same thing that we've done with all of these other things. We're also going to say var or signal pressed right here, press.emit. Now we're going to say rotation tween property, and this is where we're going to be referencing our lever. So we're going to be modifying rotation. Final value is going to be vector 3000. Then let's look at what that actually needs to be. So we're going to be setting z to 90 degrees, which will be pi divided by 2. And let's say over the course of 0.1 seconds or something. And then 0.5 seconds back, it'll rotate back to vector 3.0. And that should be it there. So now when we click on this lever, it should like pull it down and then it goes back up. Let's see what this looks like. And that'll let us also connect up that press signal so that whenever we do actually pull the lever and press it, we take an image from our active rover. I did the wrong rotation, so let's fix that. It's got to be negative Z. Let's also make sure that everything is still set up here properly. So, tablet. Yeah, we lost our rover reference for some reason. That's going to be kind of dynamically handled in game. This is just a temporary placeholder. So, should be good to go. Now what we're going to do inside of our tablet is connect ourselves up to lever controller on ready. Say .pressed .connect to capture image or whatever. Display image. Like so. So whenever we pull that lever now, it should be updating the image that's displayed. We'll also link that all into the loading shader. So you can see that in there now. Every time that we pull this, you can see the image gets updated. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Alrighty. It's hard to tell if... No, I think it's just a lighting thing. So we need to figure out the lighting situation on this. I think what's going to work is just give the player kind of a headlamp. It's probably a good idea anyways to kind of have that for when the power eventually goes out, because I think that is something that we're going to be doing. So pretty easy. Just grab a spotlight node. And it's not going to be that big though. Something kind of like that. Yeah, it's not going to be super powerful. So now when we're holding the tablet, you can see it's maybe a little bit too strong right there. I'll probably open up the angle a little bit more, maybe decrease the range a little bit. Just so that it's like a very weak. Let's also just decrease the energy. And probably give it a little bit of a color. Something around there. And the angle will be pretty high. Something like that. Oh, the angle is the... Okay, I see. I think something right around there would be cool. Maybe we even decrease the energy a little bit more. But it just makes it a little bit easier to actually see the tablet and the buttons and stuff on it, so I think that helps. And pulling the lever and stuff. Got the buttons. Now, obviously, right now we have all of our physics shapes visible, but we'll probably change that. Oh, I didn't realize we could change the angle attenuation. That kind of helps. I just wanted to be more of a softer glow like that. So yeah, set that to like 2. Now we can do that. I like that better. There's other things in here. We got size. That's like how big the origin point is, I think. Whether it's negative or not. How specular it is, which I do like giving it a little bit of specular. It makes these metal parts kind of shine. Fake mode, dynamic. This doesn't have shadows enabled, but we can. There's no neat reason to, really, though. Okay. That's not bad. It's funny because you can see the you can see the tablet being held in the camera. It would be cool if you actually had to like click and grab it and pull it down, you know, to activate the lever instead of just clicking it. Could be interesting. I would like that, actually. I want this game to be very hands-on with everything, right? So any UI you're clicking, you have to actually click it, and the lever, it's like, none of this is just going to be automated for you. Because I think it like really throws you into the world a bit more, right? It's not like you're just kind of watching from afar. It's like everything that's happening in this world is because of you. Whether it's just a lever or a button press, you're actually having to decide and click and pull things. And I think that really makes horror games a lot more interesting. And then when stuff like this happens or whatever, when the power goes out, it's like, oh, shoot, you know? It's like you are there in the world. This is scary without the lights on. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, with no lights, this is pretty, it's gonna be a scary time, huh? Also would like to get a little bit of a light flickering going up here, so let's do that. Should be pretty easy. We just grab the main light. We say dot energy is equal to sine. And we can just say time dot get hex in milliseconds. Oops, we had to say sine range. What is it called? Thought it was sine range. Oh, sine is a thing. So why didn't it work? Let me restart the game. Yo, what's up, Ace? Welcome in. Got a balance. Good luck with it all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks for popping in. Have a good rest of your day. Apparently I can't set energy here. Oh. Apparently it's called light energy, not energy. A little funny. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so we gotta... I'm gonna go copy that function I use everywhere in Starground. Which is, it's called a sine range. It's a very useful function. It just makes it so I can return things in a range. I think I have a global script in here, yeah. So now we go back into here, into world. Starground looking scary. I know. Sine range. Oops. Global. Global. So that needs the mid, max, and time. So let's say minimum is 0.75, max is 1, and there we go. Yeah, so now it like flickers like that. Which, it's too much. I think upping that to 9, and then maybe also like dividing that by 10. A little more, let's do that divided by 100. I would like it to be a little more random, though. I think the way that we can do that is just add multiple of these signs on top of each other. So, I am the glub. Let's go. Because you can say sine times sine or whatever, or you can do plus sine with like a different value, like this, so you can get more of a sporadic pattern. So let's just say clamp F between 0 or the value 0 and 1. Just make sure we don't end up with weird values. And then we go ahead and add this onto another one. I think it's because this is too big. And this one's also too big now. Oh yeah, there we go. But still a little bit too much. I think I might do a more random method of doing this. So every so often, I'm going to calculate a value, which is var light target. By default, it's 1. I'm going to create a timer. And every random amount of time, we will change that target value. So we're going to lerp it from the current energy to the target energy. So from that one to light target with a 1 times delta or whatever. Now we go down into here and we're going to say light target is randef range from 0.75 to 1. Don't worry about that. And I think this will work. Doesn't appear to be working. Might be because I didn't say auto start on this. Yeah, stupid. Oh yeah, now you can see the lights are just slowly changing, you know? No, that's good, that's good. A couple things that probably change really quick. Why is that complaining? Okay, there we go. Down in a process. Let's make this go a little bit faster. And I'm also going to randomize the time now between these points. So we're going to say timer dot wait time is randef range from 0 to 1. So 10 is a little bit too much on the light stuff moving. So back in a process, let's down that to 5. See what that looks like. Still a little bit too much. Let's go down to 2. It's definitely better. I don't know. Maybe 1 was where it's at. Yeah, I think 1 is actually better. It's a little smoother. It's a very subtle effect with the light, but I think it helps, like, I don't know, add a little bit more animation to the environment. Well, especially if we set it down to 0.5 to 1. Oh, yeah. It's like your power is unreliable, you know? Cool. See, this is what I've been working on today. I got a lot of stuff done already. I got buttons that you can click. I got a lever that you can pull and it updates a camera. So that's working pretty well. So you can see I got like a little bit of a basic scene set up for the rovers. This is the rover right here. This guy. So his camera will just be attached to wherever. And I'm actually going to do this so that I kind of have like a point that he'll be attached to. And just call this camera anchor. And now I'm going to say is equal to whoopsies. Camera anchored at global position. It's a little funny how I had to do the camera setup because it has to be a child of a sub viewport to render in a different image from what the main camera is looking at. So it's funny, but it looks stupid in the editor, like it's broken because like the camera isn't tracking this object here, but it's fine. It's not real. I feel like sometimes we're getting some very minor lag spikes. It's probably because of all our funny shaders we did. But it might also just be psychological. Maybe it's not real. Oh, no, we definitely got a real lag spike there. So what's actually causing this? Okay, so it's not really anything that we're doing. It's not a script issue. I guess it must be a visual profiler thing. So let me go ahead and continue. I think that shader... Oh yeah, look at the spike. I think it's something to do with rendering in our shader images. Yeah, you can see it keeps spiking really bad for some reason. Maybe it's when we have to call the camera, the shader. Yeah, you can see like when I pick it up and it like re-renders the camera, I think it gets really laggy. Yeah, there's something going on. I think I need to swap out the shader I'm using for the CRT. I mean, it looks really good and it's very accurate, but it doesn't run good at all. So I think it's not gonna work because it's causing enormous issues. But that's fine. It's not a big deal. What is that? Oh yeah, that's the rover. I was like, what? Oh, stay closed. Yeah, I want to make it so I actually have to hold and grab this lever to pull it down instead of just clicking it. I think that would be cool. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I guess what I could do is track its rotation with, like, the distance that we've moved. I don't know. That's going to be a little tricky. Maybe we hold that off until later. But yeah. I got to focus more on getting actual gameplay working first. Okay. So let's make it so the rover's actually... I mean, what we need to do next probably is start working on the actual generation of the dungeon. So I might get started on that. I guess I'm a little conflicted, though. Because I don't know whether to do the segments in the dungeon as an actual physical scene that gets spawned in, or to do it as the tile map. Now, yes, it's nice as the tile map. It's easy, but the issue is it doesn't really give me a whole lot of flexibility for what the rooms can do, which is bad. Because basically with the tile map, all I can do is just import an OBJ. I can't like have a scene that like runs things or rooms that like do things. So it's probably not going to be great. Now, yeah, it's great for performance, but I don't know. I think I'll just do regular scenes as the rooms. So just need to start spawning them in. Then also we can have the coordinates of everything kind of centered around origin points instead of it being weird. So let's just start working on some really basic rooms. How do I want to like display or set the meshes? I guess I'll just load them all in as OBJs, at least for the general environment. So I'm just going to create a cube, and it's going to be a 6-meter cube, because I believe that's the size we're going with for the hallways. And we're just going to start with a tube like this. I'm also going to go ahead and look at, I think it's in view or something. It's in here, where you can see like the, oh, where is it? I want to be able to see the normals. I know it's in here somewhere. It's like face angle. Here it is. Face orientation. So I think these ones all need to get flipped now. So we say mesh normals flip. Yeah. So I want all of the normals to be on the inside. And yeah, I'm just going to export all these out as OBJs. Just call this corridor straight. And I think we're going to keep the sections relatively simple. Oh god, where is it? Oh, there it is. Models. Corridor straight, selection only. Boom. Get rid of the camera and light in here. And I'll just save the blend file too. So now what we can do is just go into here. We'll create a new static body. We'll have a mesh instance. And we can assign our corridor straight to that mesh instance. So there we go.
Headphones turned off. Super. I love it when my headphones turn off.
Okay. Why do I have a directional light? I guess I give the just a little bit of ambient light. It's kind of hard to see this in the preview, but it's fine. So this is basically how the corridors are going to work. This is going to be a tube, and we can duplicate them and move them along and stuff like this. So now let's go ahead and position our rover in. But yeah, these are all going to line up on our big grid, as you can see. Or they aren't quite yet. Looks like our grid is on an even coordinate. So I might change a little bit how the corridors work. Possibly. I might make them 8 by 8. But then kind of make them like smaller, if that makes sense. So we start with 8 by 8. Like this. Say mesh, normals, recalculate. Whatever. Flip. And now we're going to keep that size, but we're going to say shift Y, shift X. Now we can do this. I'm just going to set those to 0.75. So what is 0.75 of 8? That's 6. Cool. So now we can use like 8 by 8 as kind of our grid, but the actual like inside of the corridor will be 6. So I think that's going to work. And I forgot I have to re-export this. I think there's a way I can automate the exporting process of these meshes, so that's probably what I'm going to do. I might put a temporary directional light in here just so I can actually see things. There we go. All right. I'll just do that so everything's visible. So this is our little rover guy right here. We're just going to set him to the origin point of this room, which is actually slightly off. That should be -8. That should be -16. We're going to set him to -8. Z and Y just set to 0. And put him up at the proper height. So I think it's probably time to model the rover now. It doesn't have to be a very complicated model because you're not going to really see much of it, but just so we can get a general idea. So... Because I just need to know the general, like, layout of the rover. I think a rover that would look cool is, you know, like those, Chernobyl rovers and stuff. Stuff kind of like this. Not as big, but... Yeah, these are like the rovers and stuff they used for cleaning up Chernobyl. Like that guy, basically. That's not the same thing. Those are tanks. I guess this is it. It looks more space agey than I thought, you know what I mean? I don't know. I like this little guy. Tank treads would be epic. Yeah, I think we definitely do tank treads. See, I mean, I almost imagine something more like this or like this or whatever. Like more of like a little mini tank than necessarily something like this. I think it is good to look at real world references for this stuff. Oh, that's a big guy. Yeah, like this guy. I don't know if our rovers, or I guess our rovers would have little arms. Yeah. So they can grab things. It's a wacky machine. The STR1. Yeah, almost like this, basically. Yeah, we can just kind of use this as sort of our reference. So let's just go ahead and jump into it. Let's make a smaller cube. I think the rovers will be relatively tiny versus their environment. So I don't want them to be huge. So this is a 1x2. We'll go ahead and create like a little tank tread thing. So let's see here. That's usually how tank treads are. And I'll probably round all these points so that they're, you know, smooth. It's interesting having to model things that are like higher fidelity, you know? Because I'm so used to modeling stupid things. But it's usually fine. Let's do something like that. And then set origin to 3D cursor. Mirror him. I can work in the main body shape a little bit. First off, let's increase that a little bit. I think the top is too tall. These edges can be kind of beveled up. So he's gonna have a camera mounted on top. I presume that's just going to be in the front. Okay. And that's going to have a cylinder. So the way the camera is going to visually look, I think, is like this, and then we do... And kind of like how those, like, you know, photography cameras look. They have that, like, little shroud. I think that's what we'll do here. Yeah, this little thing. I might do that after we extrude these vertices again. Probably shrink those ones a little bit. Now we can select these again. Ah. Okay. Go ahead and inset. Inset back. And then I'll create a circle. Like that. Shrink it, fill it. And now I need to... Let's see here. I wish there was an easy way to turn this into like a lattice, but I don't think there is. Unless there's some kind of like lattice circle. No. There's just a grid. Because what I want to do is make it kind of like a dome. Or I guess I'm stupid. I guess we just make a sphere. Or we would do a round cube. And then just use this. Yeah, I kind of forgot this existed. Yeah. And then we just kind of position it to get the curve that I want, and then I can cut it, you know, do a Boolean or whatever. You know, something like that. Maybe even a little smaller. Like that. And now I can just do Boolean on that. Apply it. And now all the stuff over on this side, select by linked. Boom. Now we've got a little camera lens. Perfect. So I also imagine this guy's gonna have internal geometry. It's fine. It's a game. It's not for 3D printing. It's okay. Let's see. I'm gonna settle this back. Oops. Whoops. And also, this is gonna need to be inset. It has to have wheels and all that jazz. Oh, there's something there. I guess I better do that on both sides and then reconnect the faces. Then I can do face, fill. Okay. And I get some funny little wheels. Some little gears and sprockets. It looks like usually it's big ones on the bottom and then some over here on the side. Something sort of like this. And then big ones on the bottom. Just a little bit larger, but not on the x-axis. I could array, but I don't know. I don't think there's enough for it to matter. I'm just gonna do mirror and then I'm done. And actually, I could merge these two together. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Just well, mirror. And I can also mirror on the Z over here too. Yeah, this is like pretty much good enough for just a temporary asset. You're not even really gonna see much of it anyways. Because I think the only time you'd ever really see it is maybe in like an upgrade screen or something, but I'm probably gonna replace that with like a pre-render of it, not an actual 3D model. We'll see. Unless I do make it so you actually have to add and insert pieces onto it by hand. Maybe. We'll see. Depends on how diegetic we want to get. It would be cool though to just be like, we are making the most diegetic game as possible, you know? We'll see. All right. So now we can import that mesh. Oops. Oh yeah, I have to like resave it and stuff. Oh, the normals are really funny. We'll fix those. It's also glowing. It's always annoying how Blender starts with a light and camera, but I get it. So now we're gonna recalculate the normals there. Recalculate the normals. Boom, that should be fixed now. There we go. The rover guy. So, probably a little bit too big. We'll see what it looks like in the world. I think that's too big, right? We want them to be a bit smaller. I can shrink it down. Let's just do a shrink of like 0.5. Okay. Wait, did I apply? I don't know. Or did I just not do it? I didn't do it. I think the maze it looked right, but not the elevator. Yeah. Shrink it down a little bit. 0.5. I'm keeping everything in ratio to the elevator, so. Because that's already like kind of defined. Yeah, that's better in the elevator now. And then inside of the corridor, I think we could make the corridor smaller if we want to. What do you think? Because we don't have to use an 8x8 grid. We could use like a 4x4. We go a tad bit smaller, I think. Yeah. So let's do... We could do a 6x6 grid, but then make the edges of it smaller. So I think 6 times 0.75 is 4. No. 6 times 0.4? What is 6 times 0.8? 6 times 0.6. Well, we just do that. Oh, it's 1.5. 6 divided by 1.5. Okay. So what's 1 divided by 1.5? Okay, that's why it's so funny. So let's go ahead and oopsies, oopsies. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah. Oh. 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 Okay. Normals flip. Boom. Grab the object. Export as an OBJ. Corridor straight. Boom. Okay. Yeah, what do we think about this size? It's probably a little bit better. Yeah. Alrighty, so now we can tweak our rover a little bit more. So let's just make the origin point of the rover the bottom so that it's easier for us to position it. It seems that the origin point of our rover in general is pretty odd. So let's tweak that. There we go. Somewhere right around there. Alrighty. Why am I in orthographic mode? Oh. There we go. Now we can tweak the collision shape of the rover. And it's already perfect on the other side. Epic. And now the camera anchor. It will be there instead. You can also change the FOV of the camera, probably. I imagine it's going to be pretty, like, big FOV. It's like a wide-angle lens. And also on this, I'm going to need to set its rotation to whatever our camera is, too. But that should be all the transform stuff we need to worry about. So let's try it out. Let's load up the game and see what happens when we move the rover around and stuff. So it should just be looking at a blank wall. Let's see. Oh yeah, we lost reference to the rover again. Super cool. I love when that happens. It's probably my most favorite thing of all time, actually. Let's try this again. Yeah, looks like it's looking at a white wall, so that's good. So we'll rotate it that way. Boom. And he is floating right now. Here, now we can just set his Y to 0. Then he'll just be What did I just set the Y of? Oh, okay, cool. Now he's on the ground. Look at that. Oh, we can see him down there too. It's funny. Yeah. See that? That's the corridor he's looking at. And now we can hit these keys to make him move and stuff. So it should be pretty easy. Whenever we hit one of the keys, we're just going to say function move. And we're also going to have a like an enum for the direction and stuff. Trying to think like where I could keep that stored. I guess in here for directions or enum. Let's just do it in order. So right, down, left, up. Godot rotation. So I'm gonna say global. Oops. I can't type. Global. Oh my god. Position plus equals vector 2. Like this. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm actually going to do a match here, so we'll say global dot. Oops. Directions dot. Whatever, left or whatever it is. Also, this is not down. We need to say back. Forward. Oops. Okay, so which way is the rover going to be facing in the world? Looks like we are facing toward -x. So we'll say this is going to be, say, vector 2, vector 3. -6, because that's our grid size. And then left is going to be the other way. Right. Then back is going to be 6 positive. And these ones are going to be on the z-axis. So which way is that? So z left is positive. So we're going to say 6 positive. Right is -6. Alrighty. So let's see if this... Oh, wait. Nothing's going to work, though. I'm stupid. So back in our tablet, now with all these funny little buttons, we're going to say on interact. We'll say press to emit. Then I'm also going to say owner dot move rover. And these are going to be export var direction will map to global dot. Or what is it? Export enum. And then the names. Can I just pass in an enum? Okay, it's got to be strings, but that's fine. So it starts right, down, left, up. And that's going to be equal to whatever our direction is. By default, we'll say it's global dot directions dot forward. Okay, so now we need another function in the tablet. What's this? Oh, it's got to be an array of strings. What is this? That's what I did. Oh, I guess it's got to be the individual values. So global.directions dot right should be string. What? I'm confused now. Yo, what's up, Season? I do have the evil mustache. There we go, just set it to that, whatever. Okay, now in tablet we can have the function move rover, and we're going to be passing it a direction. So if active rover, then we're going to say active rover dot move direction. It should work. Snooze the ad. Now let's try it, I suppose. Or wait, before we do that though, I have to fix the buttons. The button up has to be up, left, right, down. So let's see if this works. No idea if it will. No. Don't leave, Season. Don't leave me. You can leave if you want. So this is what we see now. Boom. We just move forward. Boom. Yeah. Pretty freaking epic. Oh. Okay. I can move behind us and then take a picture. That's funny. Yeah, you can like queue it up. You can like hit it multiple times, you know? And I think we also mentioned that it's going to be angled to the button that we hit. So we're going to go into the rover, and when we move it, we're going to increment the position, yes, but we're also going to set the rotation. So we're going to say rotation is equal to whatever. It's like this one, rotation is vector dot 0. Same with this guy, and this guy, and this guy. So these ones are all going to be rotation on the y-axis. Let me make sure. Yeah. So positive is to the left. Okay. So rotation dot y on left is going to be I divided by 2. Rotation on that one is negative pi over 2. And then that one's going to be pi. Let's try this. All right. Take our image, move forward. Looks like our rover might already be rotated. Yes, it is. So let's just go ahead and apply that in our Blender scene. Like so. We're gonna have to line them up again and everything. Everything apply rotations. Oh god, not scale. Apply, is it just rotation? Rotation, there we go. Oh yeah, now the mirrors on these are going to be a little quirky. That's okay. There we go. All right. Back into our rover. We need to fix our positioning now. Oh. Looks like our actual coordinate got screwed up. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Now set location. Just set old transforms, yeah. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. There we go. So now in our world, he should be proper. You can get rid of the rotation now. Did I just do it the opposite way? Yeah. But I think it's easier to rotate it around now. We just say old transforms and we're done, yeah. Check it. Beep. All right. Now everything should be fine. So let's see how this works. How much did it take you to learn 3D? It definitely is not easy. It is a lot of work. Why is he rotated weird still? Oh, boy. Rover rotation. It's all set to 0. Is he rotated in here or something? No. Oh! I may be terminally stupid, guys. The camera anchor's all messed up now. I didn't know you could actually use the numpad in Godot. That's cool. Let's just set the rotation to 0. But yeah, it probably took me, oh, I don't know how long to learn modeling. Years. It's really not easy. There's a lot that you have to learn, like just all the basic stuff about what vertices are and faces and edges and all that, the core principles. But then you've also got to God, what is happening? Is it because this has rotation? Oh yeah. Then the rotation of camera anchors should be fine. Let's see if this works. Why is it still in the... Oh, I guess it's because the rotation of this gets completely overridden by yeah. So we just want to rotate this 90. Okay, this will work. Trust me. Yeah, honestly, I think the biggest thing that helps with 3D stuff is just you've gotta practice. It takes a lot of practice. So, what is going on? What's going on? Hold on. I'm gonna look at this from a different perspective here. Okay, there's our guy. We pull the lever. Oh, right. I can't click things normally now. Oh, I'm stupid. I forgot it's because he changes his rotation now. Yeah, no, everything seems to be working then. Yeah, look at him go. Yeah, I was wondering, why is he changing his rotation? Then I forgot. He's supposed to. Although this is one issue. It's that when I go now, I click down and he's still. I don't know. I'm gonna work on the rotation stuff. I think what I might do instead is have like maybe we put another little dial on here that's like a little circle thing. You know, and you can click and drag the things so we know the rotation, and there's just a button for movement instead of having like directional pads, because it does kind of make it a little confusing knowing like where you actually rotated and stuff, you know? Because maybe you just want to be able to rotate to the left and take a photo, you know? It'll help a lot when you have the context of the meter over here, you know, so I'm sure it's fine, but... one of the directional pads will light up and then you hit a move button. I don't know if we went over that. There's a lot of things we've gone over. I can like the mirror board again. Mirror load. That's all that stuff. We might have mentioned it, but I don't think we recorded that anywhere. Oh, the lever was the move thing? I thought you wanted that to be the generating the image. Okay. Well, it's been a while since we actually updated this stuff. Let's, we'll go over this stuff after stream. So. And we can actually finalize the the stuff here so that we're all on the same page. Yeah, I think what would be better is like having the move and rotate stuff kind of separately, because it's too confusing when it's all in one. See, I think we'll have like, we could do the directional pad for rotation and then a different button for actually like applying the movement. So. Yeah, we'll figure all that stuff out. I might also move the audio meter down here. I don't know, I'll see, because this looks too much like a face to me. Can't help it. Yeah, I mean, I could repurpose the lever to be a move thing. It's whatever. Or it's down by default and then it goes up to, like, move. We'll see. The D-pad should be on the right. Maybe the issue is it's kind of hard to squeeze everything in if this is beneath the CRT. Because I do want to make sure I retain the bezels. Do you want to draw like a... Now that you have this as kind of a reference, do you want to like go ahead and just draw your idealized version of what you want the pad to look like? Because I think that's really what we need to do now. So we got ads. I'm sorry, gamers. Let's see, is this that other directional light? Okay, no, that's the... This is the one that makes everything bright. It's a little more nefarious when it's dark. Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, you're saying angle the camera up a little bit, which I can totally do. So I have to move the camera anchor. Just angle it a little bit. Am I moving it? Oh, it's moving on the x-axis, okay. Let's up it like by 10 degrees. Oh yeah, that's looking pretty good. Yeah, see, it's confusing here because like, oh, I want to move forward, but then it's... Yeah, so definitely rotation and movement needs to be separate. Hatch. It's funny if you like click the hatch really fast, it closes slowly. Like watch it, opens back up, and then I spam it. I think it's just because each time it's resetting between and restarting the timer, so. I wonder if it also does that for everything else then. I mean, E is not really so much because it's just a single press. Yeah, because it goes in both ways, so that doesn't matter. Only with the hatch. Whoa. Oh, right, I forgot I hit the button a billion times. Alrighty. Well, maybe we'll work on Starground for just a moment so I can say that I didn't lie about the stream title. But I'll get back to that stuff. Starground. This is a very funny game. Whoa. Oh yeah, I was still optimizing the bees. Let's close that, close that. Let's do some cleanup. Alright, so yeah, we got the new conveyor stuff finally done after 1 bajillion years. It's definitely made a nice improvement to performance, as far as I can tell. Some people have mentioned how much faster it makes things. So what do we want to work on next? I mean, really, I think what I'm waiting on right now is Dylan to send me over concept art for the next dungeon. That's the plan. Usually we're always doing kind of alternating between dungeon update and then automation update. So dungeon is next on the list. It's going to be kind of like a frozen zone. We'll see though. Might tweak that concept a little bit. But yeah. I guess in the meantime we could just put up another little update for probably the 1 year Steam anniversary, which is mainly probably going to be moving experimental into the regular branch. I think there's a couple things that I'd like to do, just quality of life things. One thing I wanted to get to for the update was I got my list here, right? So these are done now. So yeah, blueprint sounds would be nice. Artifact bench was something I wanted to do. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense for next update, and we will see. Random traders, inventory stack upgrade. I think those will be nice things. It's actually extremely easy to increase the stack size of the player. All you have to do is just change the inventory stack size multiplier. So, should be easy. Yeah, this is something I wanted to do, is the ability to like control click a building and grab all the items out of it. Because it's just such a nice little, like, you know, you want to take some items out of the water pump or at it or whatever, you can just boom, click, and there you go. So I think we can implement that little quality of life thing. I don't think it'd be too bad. I don't think we have anything that uses control yet, do we? Oh, we do just have control. So maybe we'll do that. So let's go into our player script. I think that's where this is going to be handled. That's going to be in our object highlight function or object interaction function. And this is down where we're checking all the stuff. This is grab item, middle click, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's pretty easy just to add another one onto here. So if is action just pressed, Or we have to say if pressed control. And then and input dot is action just pressed mine or whatever it is. I think it's just UI click. And I think that's the same key as mining. We'll go double check on that, but or whatever, it's in tool action. Oh, right. Tool action is a different key. So what is tool action? Yeah, by default, it's just left click, but... So we're going to change a couple things in here, which is that... Yeah, we're going to check if that, and also not input.is action rest control. Just so that when we're holding control, it doesn't start mining. Same with stuff down here. I think that's most of the cases of tool action. Apparently doing that broke everything. Oh yeah, it did. All right, anyway, so now back into our object interaction code. We can check if we are holding control and we also just pressed tool action. Then we know to grab all the items. So let's see here. I want to do, I guess we'll just loop through the inventory and try and add them all to the player's inventory as much as we can. So, version of the tab is kind of done. Okay, cool. I will take a look at that. We can like call and stuff after stream if you want, and we can like actually fully lay it all out. So I'm gonna do for I and oh, that's all if it's just conveyor. See, I'll do it down here, like if object is buildable and stuff, you know? Yeah, this is the main thing I need to know, which is that if inventory. Yeah, or interactable. So, let's see. That's the mining range stuff. So this is where we do interact. It's basically going to be down in here. If we're pressing control and tool action. Now we'd say Ryan inventory. So I do have to be careful about that. Because I think inventory can be invalid sometimes. Okay, if inventory. Now we're going to say inventory dot add item I. And I do have to make sure that this item is actually not null, so if I is not equal to null, let me do that. So I think that's all we need to do. Let's try it out though, see if it works. We also need to make it so every time we do pick up those items, it shows the little item pickup indicator thing too, so. Godot looks really nice themed. Yeah, I do like the style of Godot. It's kind of nice and reminds me of Discord a lot, you know? Yeah, it's pretty, I've always enjoyed the theme. Some people like change the theme out with like a more gray version and stuff. It's fine if that's what you prefer, but I kind of like the blue vibe though. Okay, let's go in here. So if we control click on a building with items. Let's see. Okay, it's not happy. Oh, because I said. Whoopsies. Let's try this again. Contrast is really good. I've not done much Godot stuff. Currently doing stuff in web only and before in Unity. Godot Engine looks very aesthetic and not too busy like I find Unity. Yeah. I do. It's very easy on the eyes, you know? I always kind of hate it a little bit with Unity, how it's so dense with things. But Godot feels very kind of a little more relaxed with how like the menus are kind of laid out and everything, and just the density of icons. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I've always liked the theme of Godot. It's simple and pleasant, you know. All right, so I'm gonna put a chest down here, and then we're gonna put 10 iron in and see what happens. Did I get the 10 iron? It looks like I am getting items, but now there's just like a single iron ingot here. So I'm not sure why that's the case. If I put all my iron in there. Okay, I think these are null items. Yeah. That's very interesting. I thought add item would actually check for that, but maybe it doesn't. So let's go back into the player scene. Script. Doesn't that check if the item is null? Item amount changed. Yeah, I guess it doesn't actually set it back to null. Which is interesting. I guess I can just check if return true. So if item add was successful, then we say I is equal to null. Just do that. So put our iron in, click. But it still didn't actually get rid of the iron, so I'm not sure. I think what I need to do is loop through with indexed instead of just through I. Find range there if inventory. Oh, Godot, stop. At I is not equal to null. Then we say add item at that. And then if it was successful, we say that at index is equal to null. Let's try that. So iron goes in. Oops, dot size. Excuse me. Okay, that seemed to work. So if we put like a bunch of items in here and I just click, yeah, it pulls all the items out of the chest. All right. That'll just be a nice little quality of life thing. We'd also have to check what happens, like what if we have too many items? So plastic. I said bless you. Thank you, appreciate it. What am I doing wrong? Probably spelled it wrong or something. Yeah. So I'll just give myself a bunch of plastic because I want to see what happens when our inventory is too full. It's like control click, boom. Yeah, it only puts the amount of items that can actually fit. So that seems pretty good to me. Turn the music back up, the sounds. So now what we're going to do is just whenever an item has successfully been added, we're going to call that one function that creates the thing. So it's like the pickup indicator, which I know I have a function in here for that somewhere. It's like pick up something, item pickup, show item indicator. Yeah. So back into here and process object interaction. So now we'll just say show item indicator RPC ID to my name. Oh yeah, does this happen on the server? Where does this happen? So this doesn't happen on the server, this function, so we'll have to make this work for... I'll have to just turn this little thing into another function. It's just function grab all items. And then we just say grab all items dot RPC ID 1. Put it in here. Now the only thing is it won't have a reference to the inventory, so we will have to figure that out. I think what we can do is just pass in a path to the inventory. So we'll say var ind is get node or null path. I keep typing in patch for some reason. Then if inventory is valid, then we do that. So now we can just pass in inventory dot get path or whatever it's called. I think that's all it is. Oh my god, I don't know what's up with me. I can't type. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just get path. Yeah, just returns the node path. And this one is, yeah, just name to int. Should be all good. And we also need to know, like, the inventory. I'll just say inventory.global position. And I think we should be good to go. And this will be any peer. So let's see if this works. So I put some items in. It's probably not working because I need to restart the game. Yeah, unable to get RPC configuration. I just have to resave and reopen it. That happens sometimes. When you change RPCs around, Godot gets angry. Alrighty. Let's try this again. So we got a chest here. Let's just see what happens. Okay, nothing happened. What now? Oh. I have to say, call local any peer. Gotta love it. Now I gotta restart everything again. It's okay. Should work after this now. Alrighty. So let's control click from this one. Okay, it's not happy. It's because, yeah, that's just a regular node type. That doesn't work. I'll just go ahead and give position. I mean, why complicate things? We already have it up there, so... Alrighty. That's interesting. Oh, for some reason I set it 0 instead of okay. Oh, and also quantity, that needs to be different. I think that's what we need. Let's check that out now. Okay, let's do a more controlled experiment over here. I didn't get any wood for that. There we go. So 1 automaton arm. Okay, for some reason it just showed a 1. Whatever that means. That's a little funny. I think what I need to do is before I do anything to the item, we say var original item is equal to dot duplicate. I think that's the issue. Because now what I can do is reference the ID of the original item and then also the amount of the original item that we are picking up. So let's try that now. Yeah. Let's also just put in some other random items, so it should show like a bunch. Yeah. Something that would be nice too with these indicators is have like an offset, so if it's a different item, it shows it higher up or whatever. It would be cool. It should be relatively easy to do. We just say like plus iteration on this, so plus I. So every time we successfully add it, we say plus I, and I plus equals 16 or whatever. Not call it I, but pause offset. And we just say var pause offset is equal to 0. This has to be vector 2, 0. So let's see what that looks like. What that'll do is every single time it does like a successive one, it just goes up like that. Yeah, that looks way better. You can actually read what they are now. Let's decrease that value that it goes up by. Probably 4 would be fine. They just need to be stacked next to each other, so. Okay, a little more than 4. Let's do, let's just go up to 8. See what that looks like. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. And yeah, the ones with the longer text will stay around longer, like the chainmail glove. But looks pretty good. So yeah, it's just a simple little quality of life thing, being able to click and grab all the items out. What it's really going to be helpful for is like, especially buildings that just have one slot. So say you're just running around, you need some water really quick, right? You walk up to one of these water pumps, boom, now you have 46 water in your inventory. So, yeah. And does this have like a thing where it does, yeah, move up, override text? There's no audio. So we do have to run play sound. And I think that's an RPC ID. I think I just want to run a pickup. Let's see if that works. No idea if it will. Oh yeah, that worked. So I just picked up, I did like a quick pickup of everything in that inventory. Also something that seems odd is that the bees are still not moving. So it might not have called inventory changed or something when I did that. It's something that we'll have to be careful about. So yeah, it's still a little quirky. Yeah, and see the mover didn't detect it there either. Which is odd, because I am saying, add item. Oh, but I guess right here, I'm just straight up setting it to null. What I need to do is say inv dot set item, or whatever it is. Set item at index I to null. That's my issue. That's why the bees were funny. Now, if I go ahead and do that again, like here, and I bop, it'll update everything. Same with over here, like, if I go bop and pick up the stuff, they get refreshed. So thank you for the hydrate, Adagon. What's up? Oh. Yeah, Jam is finally, the rankings and stuff are in. I think we did pretty good. Definitely pretty solid, I'd say. Yeah, so now I can just like hover and control click on all these. It's gonna be really nice for just grabbing things from collectors and stuff too. So we thinking about doing the post jam? I saw you mention that in the chat. Which that's what you want to do. I think we probably could do that. It would just be mainly like tweaking some of the things that we could improve on. Start setting up post jam. All right, cool. Yeah, I think the main thing that needs addressed is probably just the some of the gameplay stuff, like the knockback. It seems like a lot of people had issues with, like getting knocked out of the zone and stuff. A lot of people mentioned iframes, which I think is probably going to be the better play, just so that the looping and stuff doesn't get all weird and messed up. Yeah, we can we'll discuss all that. Yeah, the rankings, I'll go show you what we got on the jam. So this is the rankings we ended up with, which is not bad at all. Pretty good. So it was 9,000 people this time, so, or 9,000 entries. Even more people. Yeah. 397 for art, which is epic. Yeah, we got a pretty solid score in art. The worst score we got was narrative, but to be fair, narrative is kind of like extremely difficult as a category. Because like, I feel like basically unless your game is a story game where it's just a narrative, it's probably going to get a pretty bad score in narrative anyways, so. Tutorial boost our narrative up a bit, probably, I'm sure, yeah. And just like the little wizard guy talking and stuff, you know, I think that probably like definitely, you know, yeah, created a bit more of a narrative, more of a story, quote unquote, or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, we still got a pretty good score for narrative, even though it's super hard. So, yeah, not bad. All right, so we got the control clicking. I think something we need to do with the control clicking is make it so when you are holding control over a building, it shows a little icon. So like, I'm hovering over this chest. If I'm holding control to pick up all the items, it should just show another little icon to the left or something that's like the you know, take the items out icon. So, we'll probably do that. How can we do that? I can go into the player scene and set that up. Nose itchy. I think I'm also going to make it though so that it doesn't try and do that or pick up items if the inventory is empty. So right here, we're going to say if inventory... I'll just say if we're pressing control, that's where we check if the inventory is empty and all that business. Also, before anything really, if the inventory is even valid. Well, it doesn't matter where we check that. You know what? Let's just say and inv. So if we actually click, that's where it starts everything, but then we're going to say var empty is equal to inv.isEmpty. I don't know why inventory doesn't seem to be a statically typed thing. I guess it's just not. I'll go ahead and do that. Might have had an issue where it crashed before when I did that. We'll see. It doesn't seem to be an issue now. Let's go ahead and just double check on that. Is it going to crash if I statically type it as inventory? No, these don't have inventories, or although that's a different thing. Let's go to, what's a building that doesn't have an inventory? There's got to be one around here. I guess something like the training dummy. Yeah, it seems okay, so I think we're fine. Cool. Yeah, I do really like that ability, though, just to be able to control click on stuff. Because then what you could do is like come along to the furnaces and stuff and just control click everything. We do have to run another loop through and make sure that it doesn't have any can take filters, and what that's for is making sure like you're only grabbing items from the output slot instead of the input slots. So let's do that. So basically just gonna grab all items. We'll just say if inv.can take size is greater than 0. How else we do that? So if it does have can take filters, then it's pretty easy. We just have to make sure that like, hey, right here, if inventory or inv.can take at index I, then we're good. So that should prevent stuff like if we have a crafter or whatever with items in the input, we're not going to take those out. So let's just test that really quick and make sure it works. If I have a crafter with that in there, yeah. See, I can't control click it out. But if that's in the output slot, yeah, I can control click it out of there. So, cool. I think that's everything that we need for that function. Might have another thing where if like your inventory is full and you try and do it, it gives you a little warning of like, hey, your inventory's full, man. Just so that it's not like confusing whether the object is empty or if it's full, but yeah. I put Ouroboros up on Steam to be honest, it's a cheap game. Yeah, I saw you mention that in there. Any funds made go towards putting future... Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about that, because we'll have to figure out, like, you know, profit sharing and all that, and how that's going to work. Yeah, that's something we'll have to discuss and decide on. But yeah. Can't take that, blah, blah, blah. Something I could do here just to make the code a little better probably is do like if inventory is null, then say not break but continue, just as an early exit condition. And then same with up here, if in.can take, just so we don't have a million if statements. It's a little cleaner. Oops, can't take an I. I'll need to set up my company first or make a new one explicitly for the team. Yeah, I was thinking about that because the second you brought that up, I was like, we'll have to... I mean, the only, I think, way to avoid having to pay multiple taxes is if we all had an equal split of ownership in the company or whatever. I don't know, it's complicated, right? I mean, the way I do it with Starground stuff, just because of how complicated it gets, is basically everybody else helping with the game, I kind of pay them as like a freelancer, because really that's what it is. But it's a little different with this, since it was more like, I don't know, but see, we also have like people go in and out of the team and different games of different, it's kind of tricky, right? I don't know. I mean, double taxation does suck, but it might be a little bit more straightforward to just treat people as like a freelancer. Make it just so nobody earns money and everything goes towards operational. I mean, I guess, but then like what would even be our fees, right? Because I don't know. Because I don't think we'd end up having that many fees. Yeah, that's something we'll just have to figure out. We'll have to decide, like... I think the first thing, most important, is probably just decide, like, what does everybody actually, like, want to do with the money? And just kind of go from there. Whether it's just, even distribution split, or we want it all to just pool up toward expenses or whatever. Probably would be a good idea to figure all that out. Okay, I think this left-clicking thing's control-click seems stable. Let's go ahead and draw just a quick little icon now for picking things up. Just go into up right there. Also, yeah, another thing too that might get complicated, because you're in Canada, so I think like owning, I don't know how company stuff would work with people in other countries, you know? That's another layer of complexity. Even just for me paying people in Canada was already kind of like a process, because you have to collect forms and stuff from them. I think it was a WA Ben form. You don't actually have to submit it, at least for me, I didn't have to submit it like to the government, but you do have to legally collect them, I think, in case you get like an audit or something. You have to have a record of their tax information and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, it's tricky. Yeah, it's always really hard. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, I want the mouse click icon, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I wonder how it would be doing that through Canada. It's probably not really that much different from how it kind of works in the US, but... I guess the nice thing about how the form... This has not been the right outline color this whole time. That's crazy. I should fix that. At least the way it kind of works in the US is that one nice thing is it's just kind of like you use the same form for anybody regardless of what country they're in. Which does make things kind of convenient. I don't know. It might be the same like that in Canada. We'd have to see. No idea. Just depends on where we register the company and stuff too. I wonder what this would look like if it was like that. No. So we're just gonna have a little simple icon here. It's just gonna be like an arrow pointing up. And I might also have like another little thing down here. Just like that. Just a little icon saying, hey, pull items out of here. Yeah, that'll work. There we go. So I'll just call this like icon grab all. Something like that. So now what we're gonna do is, let's see. In the player scene. Down in here, I also have basically the same thing right here, this item icon that we can use on highlight. So I'm just gonna copy that. Bring me the iPhone share icon. I mean, that's fair. You're not wrong. Doesn't matter. This is the first thing I think of when I think of like grabbing items out of a chest. I mean, let's look that up. Grab all icon. Well, these are... What would you even call that icon? Like, yeah, it's like this, right? It's like, that's like depositing. And then the opposite of that is like taking things out, which is just the arrow pointing up. It's also like the icon for downloading. Yeah. All right, so this is gonna have the little grab all. Bop. Yeah, no, I know. And then I'm just gonna, in the object interaction code here, if it's valid right here, and we say if not empty. And then we say grab all icon dot visible is true by default. Up here, we will set that visibility to false. So let's see if this works. No idea if it will. I have to restart the game because it's a new node. All right, let's see if this shows up. It should only show up if the inventory is not empty also. Yeah, so now you see that little icon in the corner. I do need to make the opacity the same as the click icon. Deal. Also, it seems like the sizing for some reason on the icon is smaller than the mouse icon, which doesn't make any sense to me. So what's the size of this? Yeah, it's a 16 by 16. But then this one is 12 by 12 for some reason. So let's just up the size of that. And then let's set it as the same opacity as this one, which is set to 150. Boom. All right, let's see if this works now. Yeah. It's just a nice little indicator telling you that, like, what mode you're in, you know? So that's cool. And I realized we actually have another icon for right-clicking, so we have to go get that. It's like icon. Why is it sorted by date? Icon, mouse, click right. Here we go. So that should update live. There we go. I wonder if I should make it so you can grab all depending on... Or I guess they could do different things depending on whether it's a left click or a right click. Well, I don't know what a right click would do, right? See, that one has items that shows, like, yeah. I can't do it because my inventory is full. I guess for now I can just have both buttons do the same thing. But maybe eventually we swap that out or something. And down here, I'll just say if we've pressed tool action or interact. Let's check that out. Looks like it's still not stopping me for some reason from interacting. I thought I... Oh. My bad. Let's try that now. Oh. I, probably shouldn't be able to grab things out of movers. I mean, I can make it so that we can, but it's, Nah, I think I'll just make it so we can't do that, because it kind of causes a lot of issues. That's what the whole grab item thing is for on the mover, so. Oh yeah, also this doesn't have to be just pressed actually on these. We can say, or that one does, but this one down here can just be action press tool action, and same with interact. So what that lets us do is kind of just like hold control and click around and grab all the items like this. Yeah. No, that's feeling pretty good. I really do need to add a clear command, or like clear inventory. / clear inventory. It would kind of be nice. I might actually do that, because I'm tired of having garbage in my inventory. Let's do it super quick. Command stable. Which command is the most similar? Basically / kill. / clear inventory. Gotta make creative mode. It would be cool. I'll probably make it a command or something just so you can enable, like, almost like a game rule kind of thing where you can disable item requirements. So you can just build whatever you want. Maybe eventually I can make it a real mode, like a world setting. Although if you think about it, there's no like creative world in Minecraft. All it is just changing your game mode. So I don't know, maybe I just need to add in game modes. We'll see. Okay, so clear inventory. Let's go get that set up. So command kill, duplicate. All right, so it's basically just like this. We're getting all the code for how to do it. And then right here, we're not saying take damage anymore. We're gonna say, I don't really have a clear command in inventories, do I? I should probably make that. Or not command, but you get the idea. Get count, remove count, check item, save check, find, get item, check slot, set item is full. Yeah, let's add a function clear. So I was just gonna say for I and range. Size. We're gonna say set item at index to null. Save that. Now inside of here, all we're gonna do is just say if player reference player.inventory.clear. And username. Oh yeah, that's fine. Now we can just say yeah. All right, pretty easy. I'm just tired of not having a nice, easy way to get rid of my items, so this will help. And yeah, if we also have like a more creative mode stuff, it would be cool too if there's maybe a command for setting the inventory stack size on the player too. The more the merrier. And then I can kind of start integrating more of these things into God mode, so when I do /God, it like enables the creative building mode, so I don't have like requirements for placing things down. So that'd be cool. So let's try it out. If we do /clear inventory. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it worked, although it said it didn't. But this is because I forgot to do return. Did I also forget to do that with the kill command? Oh. Whoops. What other commands did I forget to do that with? There's not many. Those are fine. Mining speed? That one's fine. Move speed? That one's fine. That's like literally the only one. Okay. Hey, Maxilis, welcome in. I got my new Game Jam game to work in browser after 2 hours. Oh, yeah. What was the issue? Just trying to, like, export it and stuff? It was causing you problems? So that command works. Ugh. And clearing my inventory works. Cool. Now I can pick up... Oh, I got NAIs. This might have been from before. I'm gonna be super worried about that. Why would I have NAIs in there? I must have had a mod on or something. Textures wouldn't load, tweeting wasn't working, other various bugs. Oh, yeah. Did not know that dir access did not work in browser. Oh, really? So you can't, like, reference, like, res and stuff? Or do you just mean, like, accessing files on your like on your computer or what? Look at this stupid ball. You have to preload the stuff you can't load at runtime. Oh, really? That's interesting. I did not know that. Oh, what? How did that... Did I mess up the ball? Apparently that takes 5 hits now. I don't know what I did.
Hello MR Big Boy Games. Is the game jam you were making the SNCC game for over? If so, how well did your game do?
Welcome in. Apparently the hit count on that got reset for some reason, so I'm gonna set that back to 1. Yeah, we did pretty good. This is the game we were working on for the jam, so these are the rankings right here. Take a look at that. I'm gonna start writing down some of the changes we've made to Starground now. Let's see. Added the clear inventory command. Okay. Snooze that ad. But yeah, anyways, jam is over. Went pretty well. I'm pretty happy with the rankings and stuff. I think we are definitely going to be doing the post jam, so yeah, try that out. I don't think I've done a post jam before, actually. Usually after I finish a jam, I'm like, okay, I'm done. But it'll be cool. Yeah, sorry I killed him, but I'm kind of glad I found that bug, so it's fine. Sometimes I have to sacrifice lives. I'm really curious to see what this item is. I mean, I could look at the let's look at the player's inventory, because I want to see now. So this is what we can do. We can just open up the inventory. There's a variable in here called inventory. Right here. And then let's look at our inventory data. So water, brick. Oh, brick. It's not a thing. How did I get brick? Where did I get brick? I don't know how I would have gotten brick. Let me make sure there's not like some weird reference somewhere that's just brick. I know, finally. It's all stone brick, unless there was somewhere in one of the tables where I accidentally put brick. No. Yeah, I don't know where those came from. It must have been a mod or something that did it. Because I don't see any possible way for that to happen in base game. So I'm not going to worry about it. I only just noticed this. Why is there a chair on the chair? I honestly don't remember why there's a chair on the chair. I think, I don't know, there must have been a reason for it, but I can't remember what. So, yeah. Yo, thank you for the speeds, guys. Appreciate it. Also, sorry, yeah, I meant to reply back. You're totally welcome to post a link in chat so we can check your game out, yeah. Is your jam still going on? Okay, yeah. If you want to pop a link in, I'm sure there's probably some people that would love to play test stuff. Because it has a texture for the pops because I'm lazy and didn't ever make a real one for it, so yeah.
but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Nobody even really knows about it, except you and me. Well, maybe other people, but I don't know. We're probably gonna end the stream, wrap things up here. I did do both things, I promised. I did the other game and also Starground. I did do Starground. We added the ability to pick up items from inventories, so it's fine. Password is JameGamGame. Interesting. Let's see, JameGam. I keep typing around. JameGamGame. Okay, cool. Well, check that out. I'm not gonna do it right now because we're gonna end stream. But yeah, thank you for posting the link. Are you looking for feedback and stuff on things? I typed in the wrong password. Presume that the jam is not over. JameGam. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, one day. Cool. Well, to everybody in the stream, if you want to play the game and let Maximus know about any bugs or anything, QA, quality assurance, do it up. I'll try and play it tonight, and I can DM you some. Are you on Discord? I can't remember. It's like a million people. But I can send you the message if I find any issues. Okay. Let me see if I can find you on here. Yeah, post it in Discord so I can have a point to DM you from. Alright. Well, cool. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. We're gonna go raid Dobbs. Yeah. I think it'll be fun to work on that new game, you know, every once in a while. I just want to start, like, my goal right now is getting a couple prototypes, like, that are pretty solid and playable, so that once Starground is finished, we have a nice variety of things to select from for the next project. So I think that'll be very nice. But yeah, I'm gonna keep working on Starground. We're gonna start kind of working on the next major update soon. It's gonna be all about dungeoning, so let me know what dungeon stuff you want to see. But I'm gonna go ahead and raid Dobbs. Thank you everybody for coming. Feel free to grab Starground. The bundle with Prospector is still going on, so if you want to get both games, now's a good time. Yeah, join the Discord if you want, and I will see all of you on tomorrow, because today's Friday. Yeah. Alrighty. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.